Chapter 24:30. Berserk energy rippled out like a tsunami, stopping after a certain distance. Too terrifying, the surrounding experts felt their blood run cold. To think that Du Xiaofu and old ancestor Xue Di could actually fight to such an extent. Moreover, the dignified old ancestor Xue Di was being oppressed from beginning to end. Blood-malevolent patriarch continuously vomited blood, his body continuously retreating on the 8 trigrams void diagram. At this moment, the depths of blood-malevolent patriarch's heart were shaken, waves of fear surging out. In such a short period of time, this Du Xiaofu had actually become so terrifying. At the same level, he actually suppressed blood-malevolent patriarch to the point that blood-malevolent patriarch could not resist. Blood to heaven! Roar! Blood-malevolent patriarch shouted, knowing that if he did not fight with his life on the line today, there would be no end to this. Boom! Roar! Blood-malevolent patriarch's eyes darkened, the blood aura around his body surging out in all directions. Blood light surged, causing the void to faintly echo with the cries of ghosts and howls of gods. Goo goo! At the same time, a monstrous aura began to pervade the air around blood-malevolent patriarch. Black mist swirled around him like boiling blood, and the initial howls continued to ring out. Huff huff! Roar! A sea of blood boiled, and the mysterious runes of the blood light talisman transformed into tiny drops of blood that soared into the sky, accompanied by the spatial fluctuations around blood-malevolent patriarch. This is the blood transformation art of the Roe-Deer clan. After using it, one's strength will skyrocket, but one has to pay a huge price. It seems that blood-malevolent patriarch has been pushed to the limit. Roar! This human Du Xiaofu's strength has pushed blood-malevolent patriarch to the limit. Roar! Looking at the sky in front of them, the experts all around began to discuss softly in shock. Sun Qin of the Sun clan was currently in the lineup of the Sun clan. Her eyes trembled slightly as she stared intently at the sky in front of her. Based on her understanding of Du Xiaofu, he was a pervert. Every time they met, he would shock her. At this moment, Sun Qin finally understood that this guy was indeed a freak. In the short time that she had not seen him, he could already trample on blood-malevolent patriarch. Roar! Blood-malevolent chi gushed out from blood-malevolent ancestor's body. His aura seemed to have recovered to its peak state before he was seriously injured. His blood-red eyes shone brightly, and the blood-malevolent chi on his body grew denser. Waves of invisible blood-malevolent chi spread out from his body, causing people's hearts to tremble. You're still young. Blood-malevolent patriarch's eyes twitched. With a cold shout, the fleshy wings on his back soared into the sky like a smear of blood. As the blood-red wings flapped, the aura in the air changed abruptly. Facing Du Xiaofu, blood-malevolent patriarch had obviously become extremely serious. He didn't dare to be careless. If you dare to touch my Huang country, you will die today. As soon as Du Xiaofu's real body finished speaking, he fixed his gaze on patriarch blood-malevolent. Surging killing intent instantly filled the entire space. Chi. At the same time, purple-gold electric arcs filled Du Xiaofu's thunder martial vein. The purple-gold electric arcs were accompanied by a terrifying murderous aura, which made the souls of living creatures unable to withstand the terrifying pressure. Humph! Blood-malevolent patriarch's killing intent surged. Without stopping, the blood-red wings on his back flapped, and an earth-shattering murderous aura spread out. The monstrous murderous aura was accompanied by an equally terrifying aura as it condensed in the air. Swoosh swoosh! Swoosh! The murderous aura and pressure that filled the sky gushed out, forming a sea of blood behind patriarch blood-malevolent patriarch. Thousands of giant waves rose from the sea of blood, and the murderous aura blotted out the sky. The giant waves of the sea of blood were like real objects. In front of the waves, there were pitch-black spatial dots that flickered with a strange blood-red color. Du Xiaofu's gaze was fixed on the waves of the sea of blood. The dense blood-red waves were extraordinary. Just the murderous aura alone was enough to greatly affect those at the same cultivation level. The strength of Patriarch Blood Malevolent Patriarch was absolutely terrifying. Kid, go to hell. Swoosh. Blood Malevolent Patriarch's gloomy voice echoed in the space. Blood light flashed, and the blood-red wings began to tremble, sweeping out with the blood-red waves. Old thing, let's see who's going to die. Boom. Du Xiaofu took a step forward, and along with the Void 8 trigrams diagram, the space trembled. His voice was also filled with boundless killing intent. As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the brilliance on his body flickered, and the aura around his body suddenly changed, becoming violent. It was as if a bomb had been thrown into the calm water, and in an instant, stormy waves rose. Boom! Boom! The sky suddenly changed color, and a mysterious and mighty force descended from the void. Suddenly, dazzling runes gushed out from Du Xiaofu's body, and his body underwent a strange transformation. It was as if his body was expanding, and also as if something was condensing around him. In an instant, the sky changed color, and on the Void 8 trigrams diagram, Du Xiaofu transformed into a giant that was at least 100 feet tall. His entire body emitted a misty mist, and his aura was terrifying. It was as if millions of mountains had descended from the sky, as if he had traveled through time and space from ancient times. All the living experts present trembled. That huge body made their hearts feel like they were about to explode, and they almost went limp. When such a huge body towered above the Void 8 trigrams diagram, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and the wind surged. The surging power of the sorcerer god came from ancient times, traversing time and space. The surrounding void was filled with endless wind and thunder, clanging and clanging. Living beings who were not strong enough had already gone limp under the terrifying power that engulfed them. Rumble! Rumble! The huge body of the sorcerer god condensed, and Du Xiaofu immediately made his move. He waved his hand, and directly slapped the sea of blood around Blood Malevolent Patriarch. This palm print was made by the body of the sorcerer god. The sky was filled with runes, vast and surging, like a series of mountain torrents. In an instant, the rumbling of wind and thunder resounded, and the power of the sorcerer god spread. Everywhere it passed, the space exploded. Around the body of the sorcerer god, countless gods and demons were chanting, and it was soul-shaking. The rich and surging power of the sorcerer god seemed to have traversed time and space from ancient times, and directly overturned the sea of blood. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's body of the sorcerer god was about the same size as Blood Malevolent Patriarch's body. He dove into the sea of blood, and once again engaged in a fierce battle with Blood Malevolent Patriarch. Rumble, such a great battle shook the sky, and the surrounding space distorted. Space rippled like boiling water, and ripples spread out in all directions. Such a great battle had exceeded everyone's expectations. Rumble. At this moment, the void was boiling, and many living experts below felt their blood boiling. Everyone knew that the Rock Emperor Du Xiaofu was young, but at this moment, he was able to suppress a terrifying existence like Blood Malevolent Patriarch. With such terrifying strength, how could they not be fascinated? In such a battle, Blood Malevolent Patriarch had already used all kinds of methods and abilities. While fighting with Little Xingxing, Patriarch Ming Xie also did not hold back. He was fighting with all his strength, and his situation was even worse than Blood Malevolent Patriarch's. Dazzling runes, fierce battle, and bursts of divine light burst out from the collision of energy. The turbulent energy was like an erupting volcano. The energy waves were vast and mighty, and made people tremble with fear. "I'll fight you to the death." Roar. Blood Malevolent Patriarch roared. He was wounded one after another. The fleshy wings on his back filled the sky with blood-red light, accompanied by a monstrous blood aura, and a strange ghost-like wailing sound in the space, and pressed down on Du Xiaofu. Countless rays of blood-red light violently swept out like blood-red spears. Every spear that swept out tore a pitch-black, blood-red crack in the space. At this moment, if an ordinary peak of the middle stage of the Saint Realm were to be hit by these blood-red spears, they would be directly pierced into pieces. Humph! Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed with a cold light as he spoke. His monstrous killing intent was completely released at this moment. Disdain and anger were revealed in his eyes, and his hand seals suddenly changed. Heavenly Thunder Absolute Break. Boom! Heavenly Fire Dual Break. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! In the void, Heavenly Thunder suddenly fell. Monstrous electric arcs swept across the sky, and raging flames filled the sky. The entire early stage of heaven and earth trembled and roared. Heaven and earth were turned upside down, and the vault of heaven seemed to be on the verge of cracking. Cracks were spreading out. Heaven and earth roared, and the vault of heaven trembled. The terrifying aura made the entire void tremble. Du Xiaofu was madly suppressing Blood Malevolent Patriarch with various means comprehended by the 8 diagrams. The entire void suddenly seemed to be on the verge of collapse. With Du Xiaofu's successive breakthroughs and comprehension, the power of the 8 diagrams of the void had become much stronger than before. The power of the 8 diagrams of the void surged, and a monstrous pressure swept across the space in an instant. The space suddenly trembled, as if it was about to collapse. Ka. The void 8 trigrams diagram was like a world of its own, crushing everything and suppressing all living beings. Blood Malevolent Patriarch was instantly restrained. The countless blood malevolent spears twisted into a ball, as if they had changed the trajectory of space. The blood spears could no longer hold on. Under a strange suppressive force, they began to fade away, as if they had met their natural nemesis. Ka. Before the blood spears could even touch Du Xiaofu, they disappeared into the 8 diagrams of the void. Blood Malevolent Patriarch was stunned, and the corners of his mouth were covered in blood. He had been suppressed and affected by various forces, and felt that his hands and feet were bound. He didn't know why his attack was suppressed. That kid was too strange. Is this all you can do at the late-stage Saint Beast realm? Du Xiaofu's voice rolled out, and the power of the sorcerer god dissipated. Then, he waved his hand and clapped. The space of the 8 diagrams of the void suddenly trembled and shrank, overturning the vast space and causing lightning to descend. An invisible murderous aura seemed to drive the energy of the world. The 1,000-foot-wide lightning space quickly turned into a 1,000-foot-wide lightning ball. Rumble. Lightning runes intertwined in the huge lightning ball, and then it instantly descended, bombarding Blood Malevolent Patriarch. Ka, space ripples constantly emitted cracking sounds, as if they couldn't bear the burden. Cracks spread rapidly around the lightning ball like a spider web, mixed with the invisible killing aura that swept out and spread. The surrounding space was directly shattered into pieces, revealing a huge dark void where lightning arcs intertwined. Dazzling lightning runes intertwined with each other in the huge ball of lightning. At lightning speed, it enveloped Patriarch Blood Malevolent. Everyone could feel a destructive murderous aura emanating from it. Blood Malevolent Patriarch was close to the peak of the late-stage Saint Beast realm. At this time, under the suppression of the strange force in the 8 diagrams of the void, it was difficult for him to smoothly escape. The huge lightning ball and lightning runes intertwined and enveloped Blood Malevolent Patriarch. At this time, Blood Malevolent Patriarch realized that Du Xiaofu was really difficult to deal with. His cultivation in the late-stage Saint Beast realm was obviously far inferior to Blood Malevolent Patriarch, and his foundation wasn't as solid as Blood Malevolent Patriarch's. However, at this moment, Blood Malevolent Patriarch was suppressed. Blood Sea Malevolent Owl! Exclamation point. Blood Malevolent Patriarch knew that this was a battle of life and death. Everything was beyond his expectations. He felt that he was being restrained by an invisible force in this space. The profound chi in his body surged violently. He waved his claws, and the blood-red wings on his back transformed into countless blood-red spears. The blood-red light spun and formed a huge blood-red spear like a deep hole in space. It directly swallowed the lightning ball, which had arrived in front of him in a flash. The blood-red spear and the lightning ball collided with each other. Lightning runes intertwined and collided with each other. Then, the blood-red wings and the shattered blood-red runes splashed out. Crack! Crack! The blood-red wings on Blood Malevolent Patriarch's back were shattered. The lightning ball and lightning runes intertwined and exploded. The killing aura of the killing aura swept across the sky. Under the terrifying killing aura of the killing aura, even the space ripples turned into circles of black ripples, piercing through pitch-black space cracks. All the living experts nervously watched the huge movement in the sky. Their faces and eyes were tense, and they were dumbstruck. Chi! Chi! Under the torrential killing aura of the killing aura, Blood Malevolent Patriarch's body was sent flying again. His fierce eyes were filled with shock and seriousness. Evil creature, go to hell. Chi! At the same time, Du Xiaofu's lightning martial vein erupted. The sorcerer god's body crossed the space and stood tall like a mountain. The terrifying power of the sorcerer god surged around him. The terrifying aura rose, and the space was overturned into a void. Without any hesitation, the sorcerer god's body suddenly moved. A huge fist instantly blasted toward Blood Malevolent Patriarch. Sizzle! Sizzle! The huge fist was like a fiend god roaring. Everywhere it passed, the space was shattered into nothingness. Blood Malevolent Patriarch's face changed dramatically as he watched the fist coming toward him. This kid's strength had become so terrifying in such a short time. What exactly was that treasure? Blood Malevolent Patriarch could clearly feel that the power of the fist had shattered the entire space. This kind of power was too terrifying. Swoosh! Swoosh! Blood Malevolent Patriarch did not waste any time. His face was filled with shock. His profound chi spread out in an earth-shattering manner. In his panic, a monstrous blood light covered his body and even formed an extraordinary blood-red armor. The blood-red flesh wings on his back connected with the cave, drawing a mysterious arc in the void. Suddenly, a blood-red beam shot out, carrying a blood-red wave, and fiercely blocked Du Xiaofu's fist. Boom! Boom! The collision made a muffled sound in the void, resounding through the universe. Pfft! In an instant, Blood Malevolent Ancestor spat out a large mouthful of blood. His face turned pale and his eyes were filled with horror. That brat's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. Several kinds of terrifying pressure had gathered together. There was the power of thunder and lightning, the dreadful power of execution, and various other unknown forces. Coupled with the strange void pattern, Blood Malevolent Ancestor couldn't resist. There was even a force that made his beast soul tremble and suppressed him in every aspect. Pfft! Pfft! Suddenly, Blood Malevolent Patriarch spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood was exceptionally bright. It was the blood essence in his body. As Blood Malevolent Patriarch spat out the blood essence, a strange energy fluctuation and a blood-red light spread out. An ancient blood-red pressure seemed to cross the space and time, instantly descending. Du Xiaofu's Void 8 trigrams diagram was also severely affected. This blood-red aura was very strange. Du Xiaofu's expression suddenly changed. Kid, even if I have to pay the price, I won't let you go. Blood Malevolent Patriarch roared. Blood Malevolent Ancestor roared furiously. Many experts of the Ro Owl clan had died because of this brat. How could he not be furious? Even if he had to pay an absolute price, he would not let this brat go today. As soon as his voice fell, the flesh wings on Blood Malevolent Patriarch's back flapped strangely. A lot of blood burst out and quickly merged with the blood essence he had just spat out. Rumble, in an instant, a blood-red light spread out for thousands of miles. The sound of ghosts crying and gods howling could be heard. It was as if the door to Azura had opened. As the blood-red light spread out, it seemed to have crossed the ancient era and submerged Du Xiaofu's void 8 trigrams diagram. The entire sky was covered by the blood-red light, and Du Xiaofu's sorcerer god physique was instantly wrapped up. Kiki, kid, you're dead. You'll be trapped here until you die. It won't be that easy to leave the blood-malevolent illusory sea. Blood-malevolent patriarch shouted coldly. His aura was very weak at the moment, and the blood-red light on his huge body had dimmed significantly. Blood-malevolent illusory sea, blood-malevolent patriarch really doesn't want to live anymore. Blood-malevolent patriarch. Looking at the blood-red sea spreading across the sky and the strange energy fluctuations that could make one's soul tremble even across the void, Hu Qing, Qi Su, and the other experts' expressions changed one after another. The blood-malevolent illusory sea is blood-malevolent patriarch's true trump card. It is also the ancient divine ability of the Ro Owl clan. It is said that by activating the blood-malevolent illusory sea, blood-malevolent patriarch can trap a perfected saint realm expert. This is the reason why the patriarchs of the major forces have to give him some face. However, the blood-malevolent illusory sea is too strong. Therefore, the experts of the Ro Owl clan can only activate it twice in their lifetime. It will be difficult for them to achieve great success. An expert spoke, revealing the origin of the blood-malevolent illusory sea. Inside the blood-red sea, there was a strange energy that covered the sky and the sun. It even isolated the energy of heaven and earth. Du Xiaofu's sorcerer god physique wanted to cross the blood-red sea, but he was immediately repelled by a huge rebounding force. There was an energy binding in this space that prevented him from escaping. This space is strange. Du Xiaofu's expression changed. Kiki. Kiki. Blood-malevolent patriarch sneered. He stood outside the blood-red sea and looked at the blood-red space that covered the sky. He had paid a huge price, but it was worth it as long as he could get rid of that kid. Blood-malevolent patriarch did not believe that kid could escape from his blood-malevolent illusory sea. Even a perfected saint realm expert would not be able to escape if he was trapped by it. Evil creature, you think you can trap me with this bullshit space? You think too highly of yourself. Kiki. Du Xiaofu's faint voice was emitted from the blood fiend illusory sea while the blood fiend ancestor was secretly pleased with himself. Suddenly, a dazzling silver-gold light spread out from within the blood fiend illusory sea like the sun. Sizzle. Kiki. In a short moment, the silver-gold light poured out like a waterfall. A terrifying aura of thunder and lightning appeared and spread out in an instant. In a short period of time, the space in front was suddenly enveloped by a terrifying thundercloud, spreading an ancient and terrifying aura. Rumble. Kiki. The space suddenly trembled. The rolling silver-gold light formed a small sea of electric arcs, and a terrifying aura quietly spread out. In the sea of silver-gold electric arcs, a huge body directly stepped out from the blood-red sea. Boom! Boom! At this moment, lightning flashed and thunder roared, turning into an earth-shattering thunder and lightning. The pressure was monstrous, drowning the void. The electric arcs were bright and boundless, and the lightning runes were densely packed, illuminating the void. In the sky full of lightning, a huge red-bone horse-ape rushed out, releasing a violent and destructive pressure in an instant. Roar! Roar! The red-bone horse-ape roared. Its eyes seemed to contain two golden suns, and the silver-gold light spread out in all directions. This was Du Xiaofu's red-bone horse-ape primordial spirit bloodline, which contains several types of spiritual lightning. Rumble, the silver-gold lightning swept out, covering the void and overturning the blood-red sea. The blood-red sea could trap others, but it could not trap the red-bone horse-ape. What's going on? Roar! The blood-malevolent patriarch did not expect that his blood-red sea could not trap the kid. According to common sense, even a perfect Saint Realm expert would not be able to escape from his blood-red sea. It was rumored that an ancient almighty ancestor of the Roe-Deer clan had used the blood-fiend illusory sea space to trap an expert whose cultivation was one level higher than his own. The expert was trapped alive to the point of chi deviation before dying within it. Let's see what other tricks you have. Roar. Without any delay, the killing intent in Du Xiaofu's heart had already risen. He could not let the blood-deer ancestor go. The scarlet demonic horse monkey's Yuan Shen meridian soul shouted loudly and waved its hand. At the same time, the bright silver-gold lightning arcs around its body suddenly rushed out. Pillars of lightning immediately swept towards the blood-deer ancestor. The blood-malevolent patriarch's face turned ugly. The blood-red wings flapped, causing the wind and clouds to surge. Several blood-red lights suddenly collided with the silver-gold lightning pillars. Bang bang. Bang. Such a collision instantly caused the sky to tremble. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Dazzling runes poured down from the sky like gorgeous fireworks. The destructive aura dispersed and destroyed a large area of space into nothingness. You must die today. Bang. Du Xiaofu's huge redbone horseape primordial spirit bloodline horseape body moved. Majestic silver-gold electric arcs poured out, turning into monstrous thunderbolts that spread out in the space in an instant. Cracks appeared in the space all over the sky. Silver-gold lightning runes intertwined and poured out, turning into silver-gold thunderbolts. In just a short moment, the sky had turned into a blazing sea of thunderbolts, enveloping the entire space. Wherever the silver-gold thunderbolts passed, everything was turned into nothingness. The blood-red wings on the blood-malevolent patriarch's back flew rapidly, blocking the space in front of him and preventing the surging silver-gold thunderbolts from penetrating. His face turned extremely ugly, and blood kept coming out of the corners of his mouth. The blood-malevolent patriarch did not expect Du Xiaofu's battle strength to be so abnormal that even his trump card, the blood-red sea, was useless. Whoosh! Whoosh! Silver-gold thunderbolts erupted, enveloping the blood-malevolent patriarch. Dazzling thunderbolts surged up and down. The space trembled, and a terrifying aura quietly spread out rapidly. Bastard! Whoosh! The blood-malevolent patriarch roared. He had been suppressed to the extreme, and his huge body was constantly being bombarded by thunderbolts. Suppress! Whoosh! The redbone horseape roared. The endless silver-gold sea of thunderbolts in the space all around rose into the air. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and runes shone brightly. Thunderbolts rolled and surged for hundreds of feet. Wave after wave of thunderbolts continuously swept towards the blood-malevolent patriarch. Boom! Whoosh! The sound of wind and thunder resounded. Du Xiaofu's Magus god body had already been quietly withdrawn. Endless golden light shone, and he appeared in the air in front of the blood-malevolent patriarch like a human-shaped peng. The golden peng wings on his back flapped, and purple-gold thunderbolts flickered in his eyes, killing intent shooting out. An arrow at the end of its flight. Whoosh! Killing intent flashed across Du Xiaofu's eyes, and he sneered. His deep eyes, which were wrapped in purple-gold thunderbolts, also had a wisp of starlight lingering in them. In the next instant, Du Xiaofu's hands formed a series of complicated hand seals that seemed slow, but were actually forming at an extremely fast speed. Then, mysterious runes surged around his body, and multicolored light swirled like stars. Mysterious runes gushed out from the hand seals, like the stars in the night sky releasing their light. They carried a vast aura that covered the sky and the earth, directly suppressing the blood-malevolent patriarch. As Du Xiaofu's hand seals swept across the sky, the entire space around the initial stage dimmed. It was as if the space above the initial stage had suddenly fallen into the night sky. The pressure was unparalleled, and it suppressed the vast sky. What a powerful technique! It's extraordinary. Extraordinary. Looking at Du Xiaofu's hand seals, the surrounding experts' expressions changed again. The starlight seal pressed down, and its violent power affected the space and swallowed light. It was as if the starry sky had descended, and it almost penetrated the space. Under the astonished gazes of many who felt the tremendous pressure, the space was assimilated wherever it passed. Cracks appeared on the ground below, and it finally appeared above the blood-malevolent patriarch's head. In an instant, a terrifying energy swept out like a storm, and traces of pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the space. The starlight swallowed the light, and it also swallowed everything in the space. It spread out like lightning, and the spatial ripples collapsed inch by inch. The blood-malevolent patriarch was instantly enveloped by it. His expression changed greatly, and he exerted all his strength, but he could not break free. Rumble! Rumble! Moreover, at this moment, the rolling silver-gold thunderbolts also broke through the blood-malevolent patriarch's defense. The rolling thunderbolts were like a flood opening a gate, and they trapped the blood-malevolent patriarch within. The rolling spiritual thunder, the silver-gold thunderbolts, and the starlight seal shrouded the blood-malevolent patriarch's head. The two simultaneously trapped the blood-malevolent patriarch, and the space tumbled and turned into chaos. At this moment, the blood-malevolent patriarch was shocked to the extreme. His eyes were cold, and his blood aura and profound energy surged out from his body. His blood-colored flesh wings flapped the sky continuously, but he could not break free. Bang! Bang! The starlight seal fell like a river of stars. The blood-malevolent patriarch was hit directly on the head, and he vomited blood continuously, taking advantage of his weakness to take his life. Du Xiaofu's purple-gold eyes flashed with a lightning-like light. With his body as the center, waves of energy spread out. At the same time, a loud roar like a dragon's roar came from his mouth, and it sounded like a divine elephant's trumpet. Oh! At this moment, the void rumbled, and the space trembled violently. Only a few people could see that Du Xiaofu's hand seals were changing, and the mysterious runes on his hands were releasing waves of energy. They turned into countless fist seals at lightning speed, and finally condensed into a palm. Buzz! Buzz! A low hum like the sound of Sanskrit came from the fist seals, accompanied by the mysterious runes cutting through the sky. In a flash, it once again collided with the blood-malevolent patriarch's body. Rumble! Boom! With blood-malevolent ancestor as the center of the collision, terrifying energy ripples suddenly swept out like a stormy sea. Heavenly horse violent palm. Boom! Star-shattering fist. Boom! Sky-shaking wings. Boom! At the same time, Du Xiaofu did not delay any longer. In an instant, waves of incomparably vast saber aura suddenly surged out from his body in all directions without any reservation, causing a terrifying aura fluctuation to rise. In an instant, Du Xiaofu blasted out with lightning speed, and several attacks turned into a storm that swept out. In an instant, the blood-malevolent patriarch was enveloped within. The blood-malevolent patriarch had been continuously vomiting blood. At this moment, one could imagine the situation. He activated his cultivation with all his strength, and the blood-colored flesh wings on his back suddenly burst out like a flood. Wherever the blood-colored wings passed, the entire huge space suddenly collapsed. Pucci! Pucci! But it was all in vain. Under Du Xiaofu's suppression and attacks, the blood-malevolent patriarch continued to vomit blood mist from his mouth. Then, the terrifying spiritual thunder and Du Xiaofu's attacks fiercely collided, and the space around the blood-malevolent patriarch directly cracked open. Swoosh swoosh, in the chaotic space, the last of the blood-colored light on the blood-malevolent patriarch's body shot out in all directions, colliding with the space cracks. The space cracks spread rapidly, and wherever they passed, everything was turned into fragments. Pucci! Pucci! Under such suppression, the blood-malevolent patriarch vomited large mouthfuls of blood again and again. The huge body of the roe owl was in an incomparably sorry state, and the beast's soul was greatly affected. Its eyes were somewhat dull. Go! Pucci! Within the vast silver-gold lightning, Du Xiaofu's red-bone horse monkey body waved his hand, and a huge silver-gold lightning beam suddenly rushed out, and violently collided with the blood-malevolent patriarch's body like a meteorite. Bang bang! Pucci! The collision caused the air to tremble, and the silver-gold lightning beam instantly hit the blood-malevolent patriarch's body. Rumble, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as the void exploded. Silver-gold lightning arcs rained down from the sky like gorgeous fireworks. However, they contained a destructive power. Pucci! Pucci! The blood-malevolent patriarch's body suddenly flew backward. Suddenly, above the void, strange and dazzling black talisman runes rushed out, and the sound of wind and thunder resounded. These talisman runes, as if they wanted to tear the void, emitted a black light, and arranged themselves around Du Xiaofu's body. Finally, above the void, they condensed into a huge black fish. Rumble, this huge black fish was too terrifying. It was filled with the aura of a supreme being, as if it was alive. Its eyes were like two suns, as if they were looking down on all living beings and suppressing the ancient times. It was comparable to a true dragon, and when it spread its wings, it could cover the void. That's Pucci. When the huge black fish appeared, Hu Qing, Qi Su, and the others in the distance were stunned. Old Lady Garuda Mola and the other members of the golden-winged Great Ping clan in the distance also seemed to have felt something at this moment, and their expressions changed abruptly. Chapter 24:31. This was what Du Xiaofu had comprehended from the flying fish. It was rumored to have been left behind by the widower saint. Later on, when the mysterious half of the bone fused into his body, he gained a deeper understanding. This black fish was a supreme beast energy, and its aura was somewhat similar to that of the golden rock. Rumble, dazzling talisman runes shuttled through the void, like a huge fish bobbing up and down in the boundless ocean. It was extremely shocking. Immediately, all of the experts were astonished. This was a display of supreme beast energy. Above the void, Du Xiaofu's body was surrounded by a huge fish made of talisman runes. A supreme aura spread out, suppressing everything. This huge black fish was filled with supreme aura. Its eyes were like two suns, looking down on all living beings and suppressing everything. Its terrifying aura caused the void to feel as if time and space were in chaos. It directly suppressed the blood-malevolent patriarch. Pucci! Pucci! With the suppression of the huge fish, it directly arrived in front of the blood-malevolent patriarch who was still flying backward, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. The blood-malevolent patriarch was shocked. This terrifying aura made his heart palpitate, and also made him feel as if death was approaching. How could he have imagined that the kid who had looked down on him not long ago would have grown to such a terrifying extent in such a short period of time? And now, in front of this kid, he could already feel that death was approaching. He had no choice but to make a final desperate struggle. The blood-red wings on his back flapped with all his strength to block the huge black fish. Streaks of blood-red light shot out from the wings, blotting out the sky and splitting open a blood-red spatial crack. When the two forces collided, the space instantly shattered. A terrifying energy storm swept out like a hurricane, and the surrounding space directly collapsed under this terrifying energy storm. Crack crack. Crack. Then, the blood-red light of the blood-malevolent patriarch was directly destroyed. Under the suppression, the blood-malevolent patriarch's body began to crack. Once again, he spat out a mouthful of blood. How can it be so strong? Blood-malevolent ancestor was completely horrified. The power of the black fish had completely exceeded his expectations. He felt a sense of helplessness in his heart, and he was completely unable to contend against it. Blood-malevolent patriarch even suspected that Du Xiaofu must have been hiding his strength the last time. Otherwise, how could this kid's strength soar to such a terrifying level in such a short time? Patriarch Blood Mane is on the verge of death. The faces of many living beings present changed drastically. They had not expected that even the Blood Deer Patriarch would be pushed to such an extent. It seemed that he was done for. Rumor has it that this Du Xiaofu left his name in the Holy Temple and suppressed many archaic supremes. He is indeed extraordinary. Someone spoke, extremely shocked. Du Xiaofu traversed the void. He wasn't willing to miss out on such an opportunity. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to pursue and kill. Suddenly, right at this moment, just as Du Xiaofu was about to deliver the killing blow, a faint voice suddenly came from the depths of the blue dome of heaven. This is not a place for a human to be so arrogant. Crash! Crash! As the voice sounded, a spatial crack suddenly tore open in the sky. The surrounding space instantly collapsed inch by inch, and an incomparably blazing aura suddenly descended. As the blazing aura spread out, a thin figure descended from the sky. With the appearance of this person, the surrounding space seemed to freeze. Even Du Xiaofu, who was about to attack the blood-malevolent patriarch, instantly felt an inexplicable pressure in his heart. Above the great circle of the sacred beast realm. Crash! Du Xiaofu's expression changed. This aura didn't seem to be much weaker than Huolei Laozu's. Kill! Crash! In an instant, Du Xiaofu's eyes turned cold. No matter what, he couldn't let the blood-malevolent patriarch go today. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. Are you that Du Xiaofu? It's not your turn to be impudent. Crash! The green figure spoke. Space seemed to have solidified as he appeared behind Ancestor Shui Rou at an unbelievable speed. Then, a claw print appeared in his hand, distorting space as he tried to grab Ancestor Shui Rou. Swish! Swish! At the same time, Du Xiaofu's claw also landed on the space where the blood-malevolent patriarch had been. Under the claw, space was directly torn apart. The surrounding space shattered one after another, and a series of pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the sky. Terrifying energy overflowed into the sky. When the terrifying energy storm spread to a certain range, it instantly stopped and disappeared from the world. Swish! Swish! When the monstrous energy calmed down, a green figure stood in the air. The surrounding space was filled with light like a rising sun. He was dressed in a green robe, and looked to be in his 80s. He was thin, and on his old face, there was a pair of deep, elite eyes. His right hand directly grabbed the blood-malevolent patriarch and placed him behind him. The miserable blood-malevolent patriarch looked at the figure in front of him. It was unknown whether it was because he had just escaped from Du Xiaofu, but his eyes were filled with shock. Then, a look of surprise appeared on his face, and he exclaimed, "Lord Dragon Desolation." Dragon. The Dragon Desolation Patriarch is said to be the strongest patriarch of the 8 Desolation Demon Dragon clan. Dragon. The Dragon Desolation Patriarch is also here. The experts present were all shocked. That was the strongest ancestor of the 8 Desolation Demonic Dragon clan, the Dragon Desolation Ancestor, who had descended at this moment. Watching from afar, Du Tingxian, Du Xiaojing, Zhen Qingchun, and Garuda's eyes narrowed. They could feel that this newcomer's aura was even stronger than blood-malevolent patriarch. However, they were still strong enough to interfere. Du Xiaofu's true body and the red horse monkey primordial spirit meridian spirit stood together and stared at desolate dragon with vigilance. However, at this moment, after the dragon wasteland ancestor sized up Du Xiaofu, his gaze landed on little star who was not far away. His eyes secretly rippled, as if he had sensed something, and his heart was filled with shock. Lord Long Huang, quickly kill that brat. Leaving him alive will cause endless trouble. Blood-malevolent ancestor bellowed, glaring viciously at Du Xiaofu. Long Huang had come, and the 8 Desolation demonic dragon tribe had a great grudge against this kid. If Long Huang took action, he would definitely be able to kill this kid. The dragon desolate ancestor regained his wits. His gaze faintly trembled as he looked at Du Xiaofu once again, seemingly somewhat astonished. He knew the strength of the blood deer ancestor. The fact that this brat was able to fight the blood deer ancestor to such a miserable state was enough to prove that he was not simple. Indeed, it cannot be left alive. As soon as the dragon desolate ancestor finished speaking, he waved his hand and a boundless energy spread out. In an instant, the entire space was in a state of chaos. The entire space was filled with energy ripples of the universe as it extended out towards Du Xiaofu. Boom! Du Xiaofu's scarlet demonic horse primordial spirit bloodline erupted, and dazzling electric arcs swept out, turning into thunderbolts that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The thunderbolts were of various colors, and their oppressive aura was monstrous and dazzling. Rumble, in an instant, the light of thunder and lightning flooded the void. It was incomparably resplendent, and the lightning runes were densely packed, illuminating the void. The electric arcs were incomparably resplendent, and the lightning runes were densely packed, illuminating the void. The thunderbolts that filled the sky released a violent and destructive pressure that filled the void, resisting the dragon desolate ancestor. Meridian spirit, primordial spirit, spirit. Spirit, thunder or, this kind of strange and complex terrifying aura suddenly caused the dragon desolate ancestor to be astonished. Chapter 2432. Redbone Horse Monkey, if that's all, then let's end it. But soon after, the dragon desolate ancestor's eyes darkened. His fierce eyes shot out cold intent as he stared at Du Xiaofu's body and the Redbone Horse Monkey. He had long heard of the existence of the Redbone Horse Monkey. Aura surged from his body once again as mysterious runes spread out. An invisible force immediately spread out. As the ancestor of the 8 Desolation demonic dragon clan, he knew that this brat was strange, but he definitely did not think that he could contend against him. Chi, as the dragon desolate ancestor's voice fell, an invisible aura spread out from his body. His aura was like a wave as it instantly spread throughout the surrounding space. In an instant, the surrounding experts felt their souls being suppressed. Even Chi Su, Hu Qing, Xian Ku, and the other experts felt their beast souls begin to tremble and ache. What a terrifying pressure! This is the strength of the dragon desolate ancestor, the great circle of the holy beast realm. Feeling this pressure, the faces of the top experts of the human race changed drastically. This terrifying pressure carried traces of a supreme being demonic beast's aura, causing the soul strength in one's mind to be suppressed. To the beasts present, this suppressive might came from the depths of their souls. Their beast's blood began to boil, and there was no way to stop it. A woo, roar. Under such pressure, many experts from the Beast Alliance were immediately affected. Their bodies prostrated as their spirits trembled. Just this aura alone caused the entire space to tremble. The aura released by the ancestor of the 8 Desolation demonic dragon tribe was no ordinary aura. Under such pressure, the ice toad, ground wolf, rhesus ape, and the other bloodlines behind Ouyang Shuang and the others were unable to resist. Their faces turned pale, and their bodies began to tremble. Rumble, in an instant, monstrous Xian Qi was released. Even the wind and clouds in the sky were unable to stop this invisible pressure. All the living beings present felt like they were about to prostrate themselves before this invisible aura. Woo! Amidst the deafening roars, many Beast Alliance powerhouses transformed into their original forms. All of a sudden, the many huge bodies stirred up the void like mountains. The spatial ripples shattered layer by layer, and the wind and clouds surged in midair. Such a shocking commotion shook the universe. Among the humans, some who were not strong enough were affected by this terrifying power. They hugged their heads and rolled on the ground. Their souls trembled, and some of them even began to spit out blood. Protect your spirit. The dragon desolate ancestor is purposely attacking us humans. Not good. Protect yourselves. A powerful being from the human race yelled out as his face turned pale. At this moment, under the invisible pressure released by the dragon wasteland ancestor, the human clan rankers present were unable to contend against it and were definitely affected. It's terrible. Everyone's expression changed. They felt even more fear towards the 8 Desolation demonic dragon clan's ancestor. The legendary Desolation dragon clan's ancestor was so terrifying. Brat, you have some strength, but it's not enough. You dare to touch my 8 Desolation demon dragon clan? Die. The dragon desolate ancestor only sneered at Du Xiaofu. An invisible pressure enveloped Du Xiaofu's body. The terrifying aura around him resisted the lightning that filled the sky. Du Xiaofu's gaze also changed at this moment. This dragon desolate ancestor was truly terrifying. The difference between a great perfection holy beast realm and a late-stage holy beast realm was so huge. Boom! Boom! Without any delay, the scarlet demonic horse monkey's Yuan spirit body roared. Silver-gold thunderbolts surged out in all directions. A thunder-like sound reverberated across the sky. At the same time, the huge golden bright body took a step forward. It shook its arm and once again violently slammed its palm towards the dragon desolate ancestor of the 8 Desolation demon dragon tribe from a great distance away. Thunderbolts were tens of thousands of feet long. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Humph! Humph! The dragon desolate ancestor coldly snorted. A monstrous aura condensed and instantly condensed into a huge palm print that met the palm of the scarlet demonic horse monkey's soul. The power of the palm print was absolutely astonishing, and the surrounding space seemed to be on the verge of shattering from the pressure. Bang bang! Bang! The 2 palm prints suddenly collided in the sky, and the aftermath of the terrifying strength chi shrouded down from the sky. The thunder was shattered, the electric arcs surged, and the space above collapsed inch by inch, even revealing a circle of pitch-black space cracks. Within the range of the strength chi in the mountain range below, the soil layer and boulders exploded with a loud bang. Boom! The huge body of the scarlet demonic horse monkey was once again blasted away. The lightning behind it shattered, shattering the space. You overestimate yourself. Boom! The dragon desolate ancestor traversed the void. His gaze turned cold as he clenched his fist and smashed it towards the scarlet demonic horse monkey's body. Father, be careful. Boom! This time, little Xingxing, who was ravaging ancestor Ming Xie, quickly pounced out, wanting to help Du Xiaofu. Little bastard, I'll fight it out with you. Boom! The miserable ancestor Ming Xie's soul was originally trembling, but when he saw the dragon desolate ancestor coming over, how could he miss such an opportunity? Once the dragon desolate ancestor finished off Du Xiaofu, he would naturally help him. He immediately erupted with all his strength, wanting to delay little Xingxing. You're courting death. Boom! Little Xingxing was furious. His dragon eyes rippled as he unleashed his killing intent. The black tortoise divine shell suddenly covered his huge back, emitting a deep light. The huge dragon body stood upright as an extremely dense pressure spread out. In an instant, the entire sky seemed to tremble. As the huge dragon body raised its head, the demonic third eye between little Xingxing's brows suddenly opened. A dazzling pillar of light that caused one's soul to tremble shot into the air, spreading out like a curtain of light to cover the front. A spiritual might that blotted out the sun also spread across the horizon. Ao 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 ao, suddenly, with the roars of dragons, several azure dragon phantoms appeared on the forehead of little Xingxing's third eye. They brought with them a strange soul might, like a pure soul attack. Even the dragon desolate ancestor in the sky trembled in shock and was greatly affected. The Beast Alliance experts in the surroundings were affected even more than when the dragon desolate ancestor released his aura without holding back. At this moment, the aura on little Xingxing's body carried a pressure that could not be resisted, as if it came from the depths of his bloodline and spirit, wanting to prostrate. The dragon Desolate Ancestor was affected by little Xingxing's aura in the sky, but his attack did not change. He directly blasted towards the Redbone Horse Monkey's body. Buzz buzz. Buzz. At this moment, the Redbone Horse Monkey's Yuan spirit suddenly turned into a huge five-fingered mountain, erupting with the aura of the beginning of the world. Resplendent runes on the golden five-fingered mountain were born and evolved, as if they had been given life. Rumble. Rumble. Golden light spread from the illusory figure of the golden five-fingered mountain. Its voice was like the sound of wind and thunder. Dense spiritual chi spread out, connecting with the energy of the world. A terrifying power spread out, directly expanding as a pressure surged. Ao. Boom. When the dragon Desolate Ancestor's fist landed, light shone in front of his fist, and a dragon's roar resounded. It was ear-splitting and ferocious, as if it wanted to overturn the five-fingered mountain and destroy the resplendent lightning. However, at this moment, the power of Du Xiaofu's spiritual lightning vein spirit was unleashed to the extreme, and it had the strength to fight against someone of a higher level. The illusory figure of the golden five-fingered mountain, with the aura of a king, constantly evolved and could not be provoked. It was like a supreme being, and its pressure surged, as if it could crush all things and suppress all things in the world. It continuously resisted the dragon Desolate Ancestor, containing several types of spiritual lightning in vein spirit, suppressing and destroying everything. Bang bang bang, the void continued to explode, and the sky rumbled, as if it wanted to destroy everything. Kill. Kill. On this side of the sky exploded, as if it wanted to destroy everything. On the other side, little Xingxing was determined to kill, and with a series of explosions, a dazzling ink-black rune light once again rushed out from behind him, and an illusory beast roared like a dragon. Ao. Ao. This illusory beast was as dazzling as black ink, and it was 1,000 feet in size. Its entire body was covered in scales, and its entire body was black in color. The tortoise and snake intersected, as if it was a living creature, and it brought with it a huge pressure. Rumble. Ao. This majestic power spread out, and even the space was distorted. Spatial ripples spread out in all directions, causing the space to tremble. Suddenly, a terrifying energy came from all directions, and a strange energy began to gather. The terrifying energy emitted from it caused spatial cracks to appear in the surrounding void. Bang bang bang. Ao. Within this ink-black beast, there was a terrifying energy that swept out. At this moment, some of the experts of the Beast Alliance in the distance suffered an unexpected calamity. Starting from the demonic beasts with the lowest strength, their bodies exploded one after another, and monstrous blood mist poured down. Not even their bones were left, and miserable screams continued. No, no, at this moment, as little Xingxing's must-kill target, Ancestor Ming Xia originally wanted to stop little Xingxing with all his strength. However, at this moment, his ferocious eyes were filled with horror, and he felt that death was upon him. Never in his dreams did he expect that his original intention to stop this little dragon would cause it to use so many terrifying trump cards. However, it was too late. Under that terrifying aura, Ancestor Ming Xia was indignant and furious, but it was useless. His huge beast body cracked, exploded, and completely exploded above the void. The entire void was in chaos, and the aura covered the sky, vast and mighty for thousands of miles. Buzz. Buzz. The golden five-fingered mountain was pushed back, and in the end, it was unable to completely stop the dragon Desolate Ancestor. Die, kid. Buzz. The dragon Desolate Ancestor had his eyes on Du Xiaofu's real body. He had already realized that this strange Redbone Horse Monkey's body was much more difficult to deal with than his real body. He immediately crossed the void, and a claw print directly distorted the void, grabbing at Du Xiaofu. Father, be careful. Buzz. Little Xingxing shouted after killing Ancestor Ming Xia. Her huge body quickly tore through the air, but it seemed that it was too late. Du Tingxian, Du Xiaojing, Garuda Maluo, and Dongli Qingqing waited in the distance. Their expressions were extremely solemn, but they knew that they were powerless to interfere and would only become a burden. Du Xiaofu's gaze turned cold. Although the dragon desolate ancestor was strong, it was definitely not to the point where he was helpless. A light surged between his brows, and he wanted to use the desolate ancient space. Once he entered the desolate ancient space, the dragon desolate ancestor might not be able to do anything to him. Master, I've finally found you. Suddenly, at this moment, a slightly childish cold voice was heard. In the next moment, the surrounding electric arcs suddenly emitted a strange sound, and waves of unusual energy quietly emerged. For some reason, this energy fluctuation caused the surrounding experts to feel a chill in their hearts. It was an extremely dangerous aura. And this aura caused Du Xiaofu's eyes to tremble. This aura seemed familiar. Qi, in an instant, lightning runes intertwined. Amidst the bright electric arcs, a figure instantly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. This was a bare-chested young man in short clothes. The muscles on his body were bulging, giving off an explosive feeling. His face was extremely handsome, especially his eyes. They were like two lumps of blazing lightning balls that were the size of two bright moons. The lightning was so bright that it was dazzling and dazzling. This is. Narrowing his eyes, Du Xiaofu looked at the youth in front of him. He seemed to know him, too familiar. There was also the aura of his lightning martial vein. It's you. All of a sudden, Du Xiaofu's hair stood on end. He recognized the young man in short clothes. Strictly speaking, he recognized who he was. At this moment, lightning runes interweaved and appeared, as if they wanted to cover the entire void. The terrifying aura caused the scalps of all living beings to go numb, and an extremely dangerous feeling climbed up from their hearts. At the same time, thunder rumbled incessantly in the surroundings, and the surging power of thunder and lightning crazily rippled. Facing the dragon desolate ancestor's claw, the bare-chested youth directly raised his hand, and lightning bolts that were over 100 feet long shot out from his palm, filled with a terrifying pressure. The lightning claw suddenly collided with each other. Rumble. Boom. With a low snort, the sound waves were like endless thunder, rumbling and deafening. Saint Demon Realm, Perfect Saint Demon Realm, Hu Qing, Bai Su, Xian Ku and the other experts present were all shocked. At this moment, the dragon desolate ancestor's expression also changed. His body was being forced back, and that terrifying aura caused him to feel fear. He broke through. Du Xiaofu was also shocked. Compared to before, the aura on the newcomer's body was much stronger. He must have advanced even further during this period of time. When such a terrifying youth appeared and forced the dragon desolate ancestor to retreat with a single attack, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Du Tingxian, Du Xiaojing and the others were all stunned. Father! Father! Little Star's huge body came to Du Xiaofu's side and hovered in the void. He was also very surprised and was not in a hurry to attack. The aura on his body was also very weak. Demonic beast, you dare to attack my master. After forcing the dragon desolate ancestor back, the youth in short clothes only swayed slightly, and then looked at the dragon desolate ancestor and spoke. Although his voice was like thunder, it was filled with a childish tone, and his voice reverberated in the air, causing the eardrums of all the living beings present to go numb. Rumble, as the voice of the youth in short clothes sounded, his eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at the dragon desolate ancestor. His figure traversed through the air, and a punch that carried a thunderbolt directly smashed towards the dragon desolate ancestor. The dragon desolate ancestor's expression changed when he saw the former's punch. He did not dare to be the slightest bit careless, and his body was immediately filled with a dense energy. He quickly slammed out a palm print, and a monstrous light burst out. A dragon roar swept out, and it instantly collided with the fist of the youth in short clothes. Bang bang, the huge collision of forces stirred up 1,000 layers of spatial waves. A berserk aura spread out in all directions from the center of the collision of forces, bringing with it an earth-shattering sound that resounded through the sky. Bang bang. Bang. Under the thunderous sound, a huge energy whirlpool instantly surrounded the dragon desolate ancestor and the youth in short clothes. The surroundings were filled with berserk spatial ripples, causing the space to shatter. Demonic spirit. The face of the dragon desolate ancestor was completely shocked. His body was once again forced back as the whirlpool behind him collapsed. However, his face was filled with regret in an instant. He stomped his foot on the air and stabilized his body. A punch accompanied by a cymbal that shattered the space, directly smashed towards the youth in short clothes. The youth in short clothes was also forced back a little. However, he did not appear to be too concerned. He suddenly lifted his head, and the corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile. A bright lightning glow shot out from both of his eyes. Bright lightning arcs surged on the palm print in his hand, and he used the air to turn his palm into a fist. Lightning burst out from his fist, and it suddenly collided with the fist of the dragon desolate ancestor. Demonic beast, you cannot defeat me. As the faint tender voice of the young man in short clothes slowly spread, everyone was incomparably shocked to see that the space within a few thousand meters of the young man in short clothes seemed to have solidified in an instant. Surging natural energy was drawn over, and a monstrous aura spread out. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, while thunder clouds covered the empty space. At this moment, the entire sky, the entire mountain range, and everything that could be seen within the surrounding space was instantly covered by thunder clouds. Everyone suddenly sensed that the aura of the youth in short clothes in the sky had instantly become terrifying. It had become extremely dangerous, causing one's spirit to tremble. At the same time, a majestic lightning arc rippled on the fist of the youth in short clothes in the sky. It gently wrapped around the fist of the dragon desolate ancestor. At this moment, the aura of the youth in short clothes had vaguely suppressed the dragon desolate ancestor. You dare to attack my master. I will teach you a lesson. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. As the indifferent and tender voice of the young man in short clothes fell, at the same time, the fist imprint that was right in front of the dragon wasteland ancestor's fist imprint suddenly pushed forward, and a monstrous arc of lightning shot out from the edge. Rumble, at this moment, the sound of heavenly thunder exploded in the sky. The sound shook the sky, and at this moment, the thunder clouds in the sky seemed to have come to life. The thunder clouds turned into a vortex, and bright lightning arcs slanted down. Under the naked eye, the fist of the dragon desolate ancestor started to crack in front of the resplendent lightning. A majestic and resplendent lightning arc surged up like a gale, directly pouring into the fist of the dragon desolate ancestor. It was as if there was a monstrous force that instantly shattered it. The surface of the space around the dragon desolate ancestor suddenly became distorted. Following that, it expanded, as if it was about to explode. Ayo! Roar! The dragon desolate ancestor roared, his voice was like a dragon's roar. His body swelled, and in an instant, light overflowed into the sky, transforming into the true form of the 8 Desolation Demon Dragon. Bang bang! Bang! As the dragon desolate ancestor transformed into his true form, the space around his huge body immediately shattered. A terrifying energy storm immediately swept out like a hurricane. The surrounding space was in chaos as the lightning arc shattered. However, when these terrifying forces spread to a certain range, they instantly came to a halt. They were silently annihilated, and the resplendent thunderbolts that filled the sky also disappeared. Looking at the scene in the sky, under the terrifying aura, all the living beings could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This mysterious young man in short clothes was so terrifying that it was as if he could destroy the world. No one knew where he came from, but he seemed to be closely related to the Rock Emperor, Du Xiaofu. No one noticed that Du Xiaofu's figure had disappeared in this monstrous collision. Blood Mantis, die. When Du Xiaofu's figure appeared again, such a voice also rang in the ears of the Blood Mantis ancestor. Du Xiaofu's figure quietly appeared. With the green spirit armor and the great rock golden wings, he was like a true rock in human form. Purple gold lightning arcs rippled around his body, and lightning surged in his eyes. He was like two blazing suns that illuminated the sky, overlooking the earth. Rumble. Rumble. As the last word fell, the aura in Du Xiaofu's body rose to the extreme. Suddenly, like a volcano, it burst out from his body, and countless lightning bolts shot into the sky around him. Rumble, in an instant, purple lightning filled the sky, and countless purple lightning bolts condensed into a purple-gold lightning rock. The huge purple-gold rock hovered high in the sky. Its entire body was purple-gold, and it covered the sky and the sun. It was filled with a strong and domineering aura of destruction. Ku, the purple-gold lightning rock screeched, and its voice seemed to penetrate the sky. Purple lightning arcs raged in the sky, and the lightning was tens of thousands of feet long. It was like a purple-gold sun in the sky. It flapped its wings and directly swept towards the Blood Mantis ancestor. He originally thought that his savior had come, but who knew that a mysterious young man would appear to help Du Xiaofu? The Blood Mantis ancestor, who was in the late stage of the Saint Beast realm, was still in shock. He reacted immediately, and his blood-red eyes that were like a sea of blood fluctuated violently. Rumble, but the speed was too fast. The huge purple-gold lightning rock flapped its wings and soared into the sky, crushing everything in its path. Chirp chirp, the purple-gold lightning rock screeched, and purple-gold lightning arcs shot out from its eyes. It was like two suns illuminating the sky, overlooking the world. Its ferocious aura spread out, causing the entire space to tremble. This was the fusion of Du Xiaofu's golden-winged rock clan's beast energy and the thunder martial vein. Its aura was domineering and murderous. Du Xiaofu did not forget to take this opportunity to kill the Blood Mantis ancestor to prevent future troubles. The Blood Mantis ancestor's blood-red eyes fluctuated violently, and his gaze was extremely fierce and gloomy. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight, but he was still on his last legs. A blood-like aura surged and was released, as if it was accompanied by a sea of blood demon that had descended to the world, and wanted to crush all the attacks that were coming at him. The purple-gold lightning rock was crushed. There were no fancy moves, only the simplest and most domineering in direct collision. Lightning raged, and Du Xiaofu's scarlet horse primordial spirit descended, transforming into a five-fingered mountain peak. It was as if 100,000 mountains had fallen into the mortal world, and its power was almost enough to destroy the world. A pitch-black semicircular light arc appeared at the point of collision, annihilating everything. Roar, the Blood Mantis ancestor roared and struggled. He did not want to die, and wanted a chance to live. Blood light filled the sky, burning the blood essence in his body. His flesh wings covered the sky, flapping constantly, shaking the world, and causing pitch-black spatial cracks to spread in the void. Chirp! Chirp! The purple-gold lightning rock flapped its wings, and a mighty and domineering aura swept out. Dense purple-gold lightning arcs covered its body, converging into a huge purple-gold lightning bolt that rushed out. The domineering and destructive energy swept out like a raging tide, constantly crashing into the Blood Mantis ancestor. Bang 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 bang, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Endless thunderbolts rumbled as the world rumbled. Monstrous blood fiendish chi constantly exploded around Patriarch Blood Main's body. It was like a bloody volcano was erupting. It was an extremely shocking scene. Old thing, I still can't kill you this time. Roar. The huge body of Little Star rushed out again. The wings on its pure gold body expanded, and its aura erupted. A resplendent seven-colored vermilion bird phantom appeared, and it seemed to be able to affect the space. It seemed to have crossed time and space, and along with the seven-colored divine light that flooded the sky and the void, it caused the space to riot. It was able to crush time and space, and the monstrous seven-colored flames burned the void and swept toward the blood mantis ancestor. The entire sky was in complete chaos. All kinds of energy collided, and the light was dazzling, drowning everything. Powerful energy spread out from it, causing the sky to shake violently. Then, there was the sound of sonic booms. Oh my God! Roar! The Rock Emperor Du Xiaofu was determined to kill. He did not intend to let the blood mantis ancestor go. Too strong. The eyes of all the experts present trembled, and their divine souls were trembling. They did not expect the continuous exchange of blows to be so terrifyingly strong. All the creatures retreated one after another, looking at each other from afar. However, the destructive aura that spread out at this moment was already enough to make them tremble in unease and fear. Rumble, the terrifying energy rune ripples in the sky suddenly swept out like a stormy sea. The surrounding space was about to be destroyed, and a pitch-black halo was vaguely revealed. It was so dark and deep that it made all the creatures look at it from afar with a chill in their eyes. Everyone could only see from afar that several kinds of resplendent energy were crazily corroding each other, constantly releasing violent energy that destroyed everything. Lord Dragon Desolation, save me, save me! Finally, in the resplendent and terrifying energy vortex, the Dragon Desolation ancestor finally shouted at the top of his lungs, wishing that his voice could be louder. Bastards, you're courting death. Damn it! The Dragon Desolation ancestor was forced to retreat, and he roared furiously. Under his protection, the Blood Mane ancestor was once again at death's door. That kid did not put him in his eyes at all. If the Blood Mane died in front of him, he would have no place to hide his old face. Aoo, the dragon roared, and the Dragon Desolation ancestor's huge body was covered in scales. The scales were glistening with light, and a dragon's pressure came from the sky. A monstrous aura burst out, and it wanted to shatter the void, as it pounced towards Du Xiaofu and little Xingxing. Humph, I'm angry. Humph. It was also at this time that the short-clothed youth's lightning eyes suddenly surged with coldness. His figure leaped out in an instant, and his right hand stretched out like lightning. Above his palm, a resplendent arc of flowing light that was filled with a vast destructive aura suddenly burst out from his palm. Faintly, there was an earth-shaking sound of thunder that resounded. Rumble. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the short-clothed youth did not delay, and his right hand slammed down towards the huge body of the Dragon Desolation ancestor. The earth-shaking sound of thunder resounded, and a huge resplendent bolt of lightning surged out from his palm like a huge python. What kind of demonic spirit is this? The Dragon Desolation ancestor immediately felt a chill spread out from the bottom of his heart. Under that astonishing lightning, his beast spirit trembled. More importantly, that resplendent bolt of lightning immediately turned into lightning that filled the sky, and he had no way to avoid it. Chapter 2433. Countless dazzling lightning bolts appeared in the surroundings. Numerous pitch-black spatial cracks opened up and filled the void, causing the souls of living beings to tremble. As the thunderclouds in the sky churned, bolts of lightning fell from the palm of his hand like angry dragons. Rumble, wherever the thunderbolt passed, the spatial ripples were destroyed right away, blasting out a deep hole in space. Traces of spatial cracks revealed a pitch-black light. The speed of the thunderbolt was so fast that it instantly smashed onto Dragon Desolation's body. Rumble. The power of the thunderbolt directly shattered the light on the body of the Dragon Wasteland ancestor. Under the naked eye, the furious dragon-like thunderbolts descended with a loud bang. The enormous body of the Dragon Wasteland ancestor was immediately covered by a bright electric glow, and his entire body trembled. The scales on the Dragon Desolate ancestor's body were shattered at the spot where the resplendent lightning struck. A terrifying energy storm immediately swept out like a hurricane. Roar, under such a destructive power, the dragon desolate ancestor immediately roared in pain. Wherever the lightning landed, many dragon scales cracked and shattered. The surroundings were charred black, and blood seeped out. Walala, not far away, above the chaotic void, Du Xiaofu, Little Star, and Patriarch Blood Malevolent's final suppressive energies began to vanish at the same time. The terrifying energy storm gradually dissipated under the shocked gazes of the crowd. Puchi, Du Xiaofu and Little Star appeared. Du Xiaofu's Crimson Horse Yuan Shen Meridian Soul Avatar dimmed down quite a bit. Then, it turned into a dazzling silver-gold stream of light and entered his forehead. Du Xiaofu stepped into the air. At this moment, there were many cracks on the azure spirit armor on his body, with blood seeping out. However, these injuries weren't caused by Patriarch Blood Malevolent. Instead, they were caused by Patriarch Dragon Wilderness. Chi-la-la, when the dazzling runes disappeared completely, Patriarch Blood Malevolent's enormous body gradually revealed itself in the void. The blood-red radiance on his body was dim, and he was dripping with blood. Crack crack, immediately, the Blood Malevolent Patriarch's body cracked. His eyes were fixed on Du Xiaofu and Little Xingxing. He seemed to want to say something, but his mouth was full of blood and he couldn't speak. Bang bang, with a muffled explosion, Patriarch Blood Malevolent's body exploded into pieces. Monstrous blood light soared into the sky, as if a rain of blood was falling from the sky. Dead. Blood Malevolent Patriarch is dead. Everyone was trembling in fear, their hairs standing on end. A character as powerful as the Blood Deer Patriarch was almost impossible to meet in this world. But now, such a powerhouse had died in front of everyone's eyes. This was too shocking. Roar, the enormous body of the Dragon Wasteland ancestor was once again blasted back. His body was in an extremely sorry state, and his injuries were not light. His furious roar soared into the sky, as though he was furious to the extreme. However, he was also afraid and did not dare to act rashly. Master, I finally found you. The young man in short clothes ignored the Dragon Wasteland ancestor and directly went to Du Xiaofu's side. The terrifying aura on his body instantly disappeared, and with a smile in his eyes were as pure as a child's, his face was incomparably happy. Where did this guy come from? Little Xingxing was also astonished. This was simply too miraculous and inconceivable. Is he the disciple of the Rock Emperor? Everyone, including Garuda Mola, Chen Qingchen, Dongli Qingqing, and Du Xiaojing were also astonished. No one knew when Du Xiaofu actually had such a terrifying disciple. It seemed that this disciple's strength was even above his master's. Du Xiaofu was also very astonished at this moment. However, Du Xiaofu knew the identity of the young man in front of him and knew his origin. When he first obtained the Sun Thunder root, the terrifying thunder and lightning beast he encountered was this young man in short clothes. Because he had forcefully obtained the Sun Thunder root, it finally asked him to comprehend the Thunder Martial Vein, and only then was he able to escape. Could it be? Du Xiaofu seemed to have thought of something. Before he left, he directly left a Thunder Martial Vein imprint to this guy. It could be considered that they did not owe each other anything. Du Xiaofu guessed that this was the reason why this guy recognized him as his master. Why are you here? Du Xiaofu looked at the young man in short clothes with a bitter smile on his face. Was he really going to accept this disciple as his disciple? It seemed that this disciple's strength was even stronger than his master's. I've broken through, so I came to find my master. The young man in short clothes was very happy. He looked around as if he was curious about everything. The Dragon Desolate ancestor's huge body was entrenched in the distance. He did not know whether to attack or retreat. He looked extremely embarrassed. Father. Father. Rock Emperor. Father. Little Star. Father. Xiaofu. Father. The people from the desolate country began to fly over. At this moment, all of them could not help but be shocked. Seeing his drunkard father, Xiao Jing, Dongli Qingqing, Ouyang Shuang, Su Muxin, Garuda Mola, Yi Piaoling, Sima Muhan, and even the Nong family and Mo family, Du Xiaofu also had a smile in his eyes. Who are you? Are you really my father's disciple? What's your name? Du Xiaohuang curiously went to the side of the young man in short clothes and looked at him with her big eyes. Of course I'm my master's disciple, but I don't have a name. The young man in short clothes shook his head. He did not have a name. Ever since he had intelligence, he had been cultivating in the lightning space. Where did this guy come from? Yes. Du Tingxian, Du Xiaojing, Zhen Qingchen, Garuda Mola, and even Lei Yang were looking at the young man in short clothes in surprise. Let me tell you, I'm afraid I can't teach you too much. If you really want to recognize me as your master, I'll officially accept you as my disciple today. Du Xiaofu said to the young man in short clothes seriously. Knowing the origin of this young man, he also wanted to accept him as his disciple. It's all because of Master that this disciple can be where I am now. In the future, I will follow Master. Yes. The young man in short clothes was overjoyed and immediately knelt down and kowtowed. This, Zhen Qingchen, Elder Lei, Garuda Mola, Dongli Ruoshu, Nong Gong, Mo Jia, and the others could not help but click their tongues. This crazy guy, now he was accepting a disciple who was also crazy. I don't know if there are any more disciples like this. I also want to accept one. Zhen Qingchuan's eyes were full of expectation. He also wanted to accept a disciple like this. One was enough. You don't have a name. You're my World Society's eldest disciple. In the future, you'll be called Lei Tianhuang. All right. Du Xiaofu pondered for a moment and said to the young man in short clothes. Lei Tianhuang, I have a name from now on. I'll be called Lei Tianhuang. Thank you, Master. Lei Tianhuang was very happy. His voice was still a little immature and his face was pure. He was a completely different person from the previous world-destroying terror. Congratulations, Rock Emperor. Congratulations. Nong Gong, Mo Jia, and the other experts came forward and congratulated Du Xiaofu with shock. At this moment, not to mention Du Xiaofu and Little Xingxing's terrifying battle strength, they could already kill the late-stage Sacred Beast Realm Blood Main Ancestor. This disciple could actually bite the Sacred Beast Realm Complete Dragon Desolate Realm Patriarch. After this, the barren country's world society would completely rise to the top of the three continents Kyushu. Zhen Qingchen, Du Tingxian, Yi Piaoling, Ouyang Shuang, and the others were also very happy. The barren country had gained another terrifying expert. At this moment, the experts from the Beast Alliance and the human race were all dumbfounded. Hu Qing, Qi Su, Xian Ku, and the other experts could only inwardly gasp. Brother! Brother! Third young master! Brother! Du Xiaoqing and Little Tiger were also very happy. Not bad, not bad. Good. Feeling the aura from Little Tiger and Du Xiaoqing, even though he was already mentally prepared that Du Xiaoqing and Little Tiger would be able to obtain great benefits from the Baifeng Divine Bird Clan and Dark Heavenly Tiger Clan, Du Xiaofu was also quite shocked at this moment. He did not expect these two to step into the Sacred Beast Realm directly. Little Qing was still at the mid-stage Sacred Beast Realm and could be considered abnormal. I received the inheritance left behind by my parents and have improved. Looking at Du Xiaofu's surprise, Du Xiaoqing smiled and said. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. No wonder Little Qing had improved so much. Little Qing's parents were experts in the past. Father, it's legalism, dragons, and the school of vertical and horizontal. Yes. Little Xingxing looked into the distance. There were many familiar people there at the moment. Is everyone here? Yes. Du Xiaofu looked over and his face darkened. In the distant sky, Su Sanyan, Long Qianchao, Shi Hongtu, and Hui Wu were waiting in the distance. Their emotions were fluctuating like waves. They originally thought that Du Xiaofu was dead for sure. Then, there were unforeseen events. In the end, a mysterious young man appeared and was so terrifying that he could suppress the dragon wilderness ancestor, who was in the complete sacred beast realm. The blood-malevolent ancestor was also completely killed. This made them feel a little hopeless. They never thought that Du Xiaofu and the forces around him would be so terrifying in this fearsome land. They could only watch the rise of the desolate country and were powerless to stop it. Not good. When they felt little Xingxing and Du Xiaofu's gazes on them from afar, Su Sanyan, Hui Wu, and Long Qianchao could not help but feel their divine souls tremble and their hair stand on end for no reason. They knew very well that with their current strength, they wouldn't even be able to take a single finger from Du Xiaofu. They're also here, but then, Du Xiaofu looked at the distant sky. On the dusky plain in front, spatial ripples swept out like waves. A vast expanse of the void was already submerged. The mountain range that was tens of thousands of miles away was also submerged. The turbulent spatial ripples were accompanied by terrifying killing intent as they swept over, as if they wanted to destroy everything. Many figures could be vaguely seen on the mountain peak in the distance. Moksha, Du Xiaofu felt a familiar aura. Among the figures on the mountain peak, there was Moksha's aura. Jielo Julike and Mo Lingzi were also among them. He found us. Mo Lingzi said. Mo Lingzi spoke. Lightning flickered in his eyes as he sensed a familiar aura staring at them. I never thought that after losing the purple lightning profound cauldron, he could still improve to such a level. Moksha's eyes slightly raised. There seemed to be a smile on his face. I'm afraid we can't stop them. There are too many of them. Mo Lingzi said. Although there were many experts from the devil religion around them, it was obvious that the desolate country was too strong. Once Du Xiaofu made his move, they would not be able to stop him. It's all right. The timing is just right. Moksha took a deep breath. His smiling face slightly trembled. He should have the purple lightning profound cauldron with him. Du Xiaofu's eyes sank. Compared to the school of vertical and horizontal, he wanted to deal with Moksha more. This person should have the purple lightning profound cauldron with him. Boom! Suddenly, a trembling sound came from the boundless dusky plain. In the distant sky of the vast dusky plain, it was like a piece of nothingness. It was as if this was the end of the world. The huge spatial hole that appeared in front of them was like a spatial black hole. The ripples in the spatial vortex inside the hole rotated like a huge tornado, as if it was going to devour the space. Accompanied by an ancient aura, the majestic aura was like a tsunami. The dusky mist of nothingness seemed to have been surging for countless years. Huge spatial ripples that were hundreds of meters high surged and rolled. Is there a movement? Boom! This type of trembling affected all of the creatures and experts present. They all looked over with blazing gazes. Du Xiaofu's gaze was also fixed on the black mist vortex. A terrifying murderous aura was emitted from it. It was like déjà vu. He had already felt it twice. Not good. It's demonic aura. An expert from the devil religion is coming. Boom! At the same time, Du Xiaofu sensed the demonic aura with his sharp yuan spirit. His expression changed immediately. Boom! Soon, a rumbling sound came from above the void. Wisps of pitch-black demonic aura descended and spread across the sky. The demonic aura that surged out made the experts feel uneasy and cold. It was very fast. The demonic aura became denser and denser. Accompanied by a kind of ancient, pitch-black talisman rune, figures appeared from the void. Demonic clouds spread across the sky. It's the demon emperor from the devil religion. Yes. Dongli Qingqing held the Taiqing demon subduing bow in her hand. Ouyang Shuang held the Taowu sword in her hand. Everyone was on guard. Whoosh! In an instant, the space distorted, and a monstrous demonic aura that caused one's heart to palpitate spread out. As the demonic aura spread out, 9 figures of different heights stepped out from the demonic aura. After which, they appeared before everyone's eyes. As the demonic clouds dissipated, 9 figures floated in the air. There were men and women. Their bodies were wrapped in a monstrous demonic aura. Among the 9 figures, there was an old man in his 60s. He had no hair at all, but his bald head was completely black. He wore a wide robe that covered his slightly withered body and swayed back and forth. His eyes were a deep dark brown, making people feel as if they were looking into a bottomless abyss. There was a beautiful woman. She was young. Her body was exquisite and curvaceous. Her skin was as white as snow. She didn't have many clothes on. They only covered the important parts of her body, revealing her fair thighs and deep cleavage. It made people worry that her few clothes would expose her as she walked. This woman was also very beautiful. She had a mature charm. However, on her beautiful face, there was a strange pattern that covered half of her face. It was like a skull pattern. It added to the strangeness and gave people a sinister feeling. 9 figures like this appeared. Demonic aura filled the sky. They rushed into the void with a huge demonic shadow, causing the entire sky to darken. Du Xiaofu looked over. His eyes narrowed as his heart sank. 9 great demon emperors. How did they get in? Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. How could he not recognize these 9 people? They were the 9 great demon emperors of the devil religion. The 9 most terrifying existences that could suppress any force in the world. However, what shocked Du Xiaofu was that Huolei Laozu had already said that these demon emperors couldn't enter the ancient desolate ominous ground. But what was going on? How did these demon emperors get in? Kiki, they're finally in. Demonic aura fluctuated as a sinister voice echoed in the void. They seem to have gotten stronger. Haha. Du Xiaofu lifted his eyes and stared at the 9 great devil emperors. He could sense the aura emanating from the 9 of them. The aura of each and every one of them was completely different from before. They were much stronger than before. When the 9 great demon emperors appeared, there was a cold smile on their faces. Demonic aura rose from their bodies and spread out in the void. Dazzling dark talisman runes swept out from their bodies. Their 9 pairs of eyes were ghastly white, giving people an extremely frightening feeling. Rumble in this part of the world, the terrifying vortex in front seemed to be pulled by some invisible force. Terrifying rumbling sounds rang out, and something seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Du Xiaofu's eyes were fixed on the figure in front of the 9 great demon emperors. That figure had the strongest aura. Buzz Buzz, the demon emperor in front, had lightning fluctuating around him. Demonic aura permeated the void, and the world seemed to darken in an instant. Around this figure, the demonic clouds turned into a huge black shadow that floated in the void like a black sun. The black shadow's eyes were like black holes in the void. Scenes of blood flowing, corpses lying everywhere, and all living beings wailing in pain appeared. Greetings to the 9 great demon emperors. Greetings. In the distance, people from the devil religion crossed the void and came forward to greet them happily. Moksha, Jialo Jueliao, and Mo Lingzi were among them. Jueliao, old lady Jialo Maoyuo, saw Jialo Maoyuo from afar, and her eyes glowed with golden light. Who is it? What a terrifying demonic aura. Terrifying. Why are there so many experts? Where did they come from? What? Could it be 9 such terrifying experts had appeared in an instant? The top experts of the Beast Alliance and the human race changed their expressions. Some were shocked, and some were surprised. The Dragon Desolation ancestor's eyes were also trembling. His huge body had quietly shrunk, and he turned into a middle-aged man in a long robe. A black figure stood in the sky within the largest demonic cloud. His black hole-like eyes looked in front of him as ripples rose. It was as though a black sun was sinking. After which, those eyes slowly turned around and stared at Du Xiaofu, Little Xingxing and Du Xiaojing. Great Demon Emperor. Great! Du Xiaofu raised his head. That aura was familiar, and he recognized that Demon Emperor. It was the Great Demon Emperor, the strongest of the 9 Great Demon Emperors. He was also the strongest Demon Emperor who had escaped from the suppression of Fire Lightning Master. Kid, you've improved a lot. It's better to settle this as soon as possible. Great! The Great Devil Emperor stared at Du Xiaofu, his jet-black eyes resembling 2 black holes in the void. Terrifying devil chi fluctuated around him, and he was like a black sun in the sky. Looking down on Du Xiaofu, he still had a disdainful and arrogant attitude. Qi La. Qi La. As the sound of the Great Devil Emperor's voice faded, a soul-snatching devil chi swept out. A jet-black palm imprint of light directly slammed towards Du Xiaofu. Everywhere the palm imprint passed by, the space trembled. The devil chi was like thick ink drifting in the void, deep and dark. Indistinctly, one could hear the wails of countless living beings. It was as though the devil chi carried the resentment and baleful aura of the world as it rushed down from the devil domain. Boom! Qi La. Just as the Great Demon Emperor's palm approached, Du Xiaofu's body violently trembled. Dazzling lightning exploded, and the runes in the world boiled. At the same time, an extremely rich destructive lightning aura soared into the sky in Lei Tianhuang's body. Don't touch my master. Qi La. In an instant, Lei Tianhuang directly collided with the palm. It was as if he had transformed into the most terrifying dazzling lightning. The destructive aura in the sky was boundlessly terrifying. Qi La, wherever Lei Tianhuang's figure passed, the void directly exploded. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, as if it could explode everything. In an instant, they collided together. Qi La. Qi La. Such a collision immediately spread out layers of demonic aura ripples and dazzling lightning intertwined. The universe rumbled, and the world was obliterated. In front of everyone's astonished eyes, Lei Tianhuang's figure staggered out from the void in front of them. It fiercely hit the ground, shattering the mountain rocks, and surging lightning. But at the same time, the demonic clouds around the Great Demon Emperor dissipated, revealing his true body. It was like the figure of a child, wrapped in strange black scales, and suffused with demonic aura. The Great Demon Emperor's face was very gloomy. His black hair reached his shoulders, and his legs were very short. However, his arms were very long, and could hang below his knees. His hands were dark, and strangely, there were 12 sharp fingers, like ghost claws. In the void in front of them, the Great Demon Emperor's face was gloomy. He stared at the place where Lei Tianhuang had landed, and his eyes were full of surprise. The other 8 Great Demon Emperors also secretly changed their expressions. They also felt the terror of that mysterious young man. Qi La, in an instant, as Lei Tianhuang landed, the surrounding lightning arcs emitted a strange sound, and an unusual energy quietly emerged. For some unknown reason, this energy fluctuation made everyone feel a chill in their hearts. It was an extremely dangerous aura. Suddenly, in the void, dazzling lightning arcs surged. Then, 2 blazing lightning balls, like 2 bright moons, appeared in the void. The lightning was so dazzling that it made people feel dazzled. This is a living creature. Qi La. The eyes of all the experts narrowed. They looked at the 2 lightning balls, which were like bright moons and suns. Suddenly, all the hair on their bodies stood on end. The 2 lightning balls were living creatures, and they were 2 huge eyes. Everyone was visibly moved. The silhouette of a colossus appeared in the void, as if it was going to cover this vast void. Suddenly, thunder rumbled incessantly in the surroundings. The surging power of thunder and lightning rippled wildly, condensing into bolts of lightning that were at least 100 feet long. They were filled with terrifying pressure. When the lightning filled the sky, under the dazzling light, many experts could see clearly that it was a huge strange beast, which was thousands of feet long. Its whole body was wrapped in lightning, and it looked like a tiger. Its fierce eyes were like two bright moon-sized suns, and they were filled with a kind of terrifying lightning aura. Humph, demonic creature. Humph. The lightning beast appeared, and it snorted. It stared at the great demon emperor, and its voice was like endless thunder, rumbling and deafening. It's a demon spirit, a lightning demon spirit. Everyone. Only now did they know that Lei Tianhuang's real body was there. No wonder he could summon lightning with a raise of his hand. It turned out that he was a lightning demon spirit. It's a little strange. Humph. The great demon emperor also secretly trembled. The surrounding demonic chi surged like pitch-black ink. As he raised his hand, strange talisman patterns appeared in his palm, which also contained demonic chi. In an instant it swept toward Lei Tianhuang's real body. Silently, but at this moment, the great demon emperor attacked, and he did not hold back. Tianhuang, be careful. Although Lei Tianhuang was powerful, at this moment, Du Xiaofu was also very dignified. He felt that the aura of the great demon emperor at this moment was unfathomable, and he did not know to what extent he had recovered. Great demon emperor, with me here, you don't have much qualification to be rampant. At this moment, suddenly, an ancient melodious voice sounded, and this side of the void suddenly changed. Suddenly, a mysterious crimson-blue flame descended, resonating with the heaven and earth, and ancient desolation and destruction. In the mysterious crimson-blue flame, the mighty and turbulent power stirred up stormy waves, and directly swept the pitch-black demonic chi. Chi-la-la, under the crimson-blue flame, it contained the power to destroy all living things, and it seemed to be accompanied by a faint sound of thunder. Under this terrible power, the demonic chi collapsed inch by inch, until it collapsed in front of the black sun-like shadow. Humph, fire thunder child, you brought this upon yourself. Chi. The great demon emperor's expression changed, and he let out a muffled groan, looking into the depths of the void. It's always you who have done this. Chi. A cluster of flames emerged from the void. The crimson-blue flame was very bright, as if it was slowly rising and flowing. The appearance of such a cluster of flames gave people a very strange feeling. Looking carefully, it was accompanied by rippling crimson-blue electric arcs. When this cluster of crystal-clear flames appeared, the temperature of the whole world suddenly rose to an extremely terrifying level. This aura was ancient and destructive, causing the void to distort. No one knew when, but there were electric arcs quietly shuttling back and forth between heaven and earth. Amidst the astonishment of all the living beings present, ripples that resembled electric arcs rippled within the crystalline crimson-blue flames. The void distorted, and then a human figure slowly walked out, appearing in front of everyone's stunned gazes. This figure had a face that was more than 50 years old, and there was no sign of age on his round face. He had long crimson-red hair, wore a wide blue robe, and had a bulging abdomen, like a Maitreya Buddha. Boom! Boom! Along with the appearance of this old man, another vast wave of energy descended, quietly covering this part of the void. Mysterious runes of green light bloomed, illuminating the surroundings, as if a new world was opening. It's the divine ancestor has come. Boom! When this aura descended, Dongli Qingqing, Dongli Ruoshu, Dongli Ruoyun, and the other members of the Fang Ji family were pleasantly surprised. The mysterious runes covered the void, like a green sun in the sky, as if a god had descended. A figure in a long robe quietly appeared. He was middle-aged, with long green hair draped over his shoulders, and behind him was an old woman. She was old, but her eyes were deep. Huolei Laozu, Senior Heavenly Wood Divine Tree. Yes. Du Xiaofu was also pleasantly surprised. These two people were Huolei Laozu and the heavenly wood divine tree. Who else could it be? And that old woman was Dongli Qingqing's master. Ancestor. Yes. Du Xiaojing, Du Xiaohuang, Du Xiaoba, Xiaoqing, and the others immediately stepped forward happily. I didn't expect to be able to enter this place. Yes. Huolei Laozu appeared, and his deep and ancient eyes looked forward. Then, he looked at Du Xiaofu, little Xingxing, and the others, as if he could see through them at a glance. His round face was also filled with shock, and he said, "Looks like you've all improved a lot." Yes. This, what kind of demon spirit is this, could it be? Huolei Laozu's gaze also fell on the huge Lei Tianhuang's body in midair, and he was secretly shocked. The aura on your body is very familiar, I know who you are. Lei Tianhuang's huge eyes stared at Huolei Laozu, and his voice was like thunder. Then, he turned back into his human form, and appeared in front of Huolei Laozu, curiously sizing him up. So it's you, it's also fate." Huolei Laozu was shocked, and then a smile appeared in his eyes. "Ancestor, you know him?" Du Xiaofu was surprised and confused. It seemed like Huolei Laozu knew Lei Tianhuang. "I know him, and I don't know him. I can't say. You will naturally know in the future." Huolei Laozu said with a mysterious face. "Right, ancestor, why are you here?" Du Xiaofu didn't ask too much. It wouldn't be too late to find out later. What he didn't understand the most right now was how everyone entered this place. Something must have happened in the ancient desolate ominous grounds, and it has completely appeared in the world, no longer suppressed. "Ancestor." Huolei Laozu's eyes moved. The old man's voice was ancient and melodious. His chubby body and round face suddenly raised his head, and his eyebrows slightly arched. "Not only us, everyone is here." Rumble. Rumble. When Huolei Laozu's voice fell, the sky changed color, and from all directions, more than 10 figures appeared in the sky. When these people appeared, their eyes were bright and dazzling. Some shot out golden light, some were surging flames, some were as deep as the sea, and some were moving strange phenomena. There were also eyes that seemed to have the image of a dragon rising, or a fierce beast leaping out. Rumble. Dozens of vast waves of energy swept across the vast void, shaking the vast firmament. "It's them." Rumble. Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. These auras were too powerful, and none of them were below Huolei Laozu and the heavenly wood divine tree. Rumble. Rumble. More than 10 auras soared into the sky, illuminating the sky. There were resplendent talisman runes blooming, illuminating the vast sky. It was as if there were 13 suns in the sky. In an instant, a galaxy appeared, and flames surged. There were people in the sky like ancient gods and devils. There were people with talisman runes that condensed into huge dragon shadows, and there were people with 5-colored flames behind them that condensed into 5-colored phoenixes. More than 10 terrifying auras swept through the sky, and strange phenomena appeared in the sky. It was as if many gods had descended. In the distance, Su Sanyan, Hui Wu, and the others' originally serious expressions began to tremble, and then incomparable surprise appeared on their faces. "Ancestor. Ancestor is here, our ancestor is here too." Long Qianchao, Su Sanyan, Hui Wu, and the others' voices trembled, and their bodies quivered. At this crucial moment, their ancestors had finally arrived. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes, and his expression was incomparably serious as he stared at the sky. He didn't expect these people to come in. Haha, there was a loud laughter, and golden light was boundless. There were black talisman runes that soared into the sky, and 3 figures directly descended. One of them was a domineering old man. His thin face was ruddy, and his eyes were bright. Golden light fluctuated, and the golden robe on his body was embroidered with the pattern of golden wings of a roc. It was as if he was a living creature that wanted to fly out, and his aura was overbearing. Chapter 24-34. Behind the domineering old man was another old figure. Behind him was the vague image of a giant turtle, as if it had lived for countless years and could look down on the world. "Greetings, grandfather, elder Xian Gu." In an instant, Du Xiaofu bowed respectfully in surprise. The two old men in front of him were the Golden-Winged Great Rock Clan's chief grandfather and the Saint Realm expert of the Golden-Winged Great Rock Clan. Then, Du Xiaofu looked at the third figure. He was dressed in golden clothes, but his aura was as calm as water. His figure was tall and straight, but his eyes were full of bright golden light. "Ancestor! Ancestor!" Du Xiaofu bowed. He knew this person's origin. He was an expert who had walked out of the Eternal Tomb and was from the Golden-Winged Great Rock Clan. "Not bad, not bad. No need to be so polite." The old man's eyes were smiling, and his face was calm. "Ha ha ha," as expected of a descendant of the Golden-Winged Great Rock Clan. Jialo Batian looked at Du Xiaofu and laughed loudly. His voice was like thunder, and he couldn't help but feel happy and happy. Rumble, terrifying figures appeared in the void one after another, and the void around them distorted. Their eyes were as bright as the sun and stars, as if they were looking down on all living things. "Who are those people?" "Ancestor." The surrounding experts from the Human Clan and Beast Alliance were also shocked. The arrival of the dozens of super experts filled the vast void with light. It was as though the entire space was surrounding them, as if the gods had descended. There was a vast and ancient aura, as though the gods had traversed time and space and returned from ancient times. They all seem very strong. "Ancestor." Could they all be from the outside world? "Ancestor." Under such an aura, many creatures trembled. They could all feel the terrifying power of those auras. "Ancestor. Ancestor." At this moment, Long Qianchao, Hui Wu, Su Sanyan, and the others stepped forward and bowed to the figures in the void in surprise. "Ancestor. Ancestor." Feng Qi, Saint of the Phoenix Clan, Taoist Qing Feng of the Taoist sect, the experts of the School of Agriculture, and the monks of the Buddhist sect all stepped forward and bowed. There are also such terrifying experts from the outside world. "Ancestor." The living beings of the human race and the Beast Alliance finally understood that these powerhouses came from the outside world. The experts from the various major clans all arrived, and their gazes all landed in front of Muan. All of them had complicated expressions on their faces. "Lively, it's really lively," ripples appeared in the sky again, and an aura tore open the void. "More experts are coming." Du Xiaofu raised his eyes. With the sharp power of his soul, he sensed waves of vast auras approaching once again. Rumble, in a short instant, no less than 20 figures floated in the sky, and they emanated boundless radiance like the sun. Ancestor Feng San of the distant Sky Flame Phoenix Clan, Ancestor Howling Moon of the Heaven Howling Demonic Lion Clan. Dark Heavenly Tiger Clan's Old Ancestor Tiger Desolate, Overlord Python Clan's Old Ancestor Xiao Long. Yu Clan's Patriarch, Feng Clan's Patriarch. Yao Family's Old Ancestor, the First Family's Old Ancestor. Exclamations could be heard as waves of vast auras descended. None of them were weaker than Ancestor Dragon Desolate, and some of them were even stronger. The ancestors of the various major clans of the human race and the Beast Alliance are all here. Du Xiaofu's eyes and heart trembled. This was the true strength of the various human and beast clans in this fearsome land. The ancestor of the Yu clan was among them, but it was strange that he did not see the ancient emperor of the sacred temple and the ancestor of the Baifeng divine bird clan, who was also Xiaoqing's sister. "Greetings, ancestor." The experts from all sides were pleasantly surprised. The experts of the human race and the Beast Alliance had finally seen the arrival of the various clans' ancestors. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu felt goosebumps all over his body, and he felt a chill down his spine. At this moment, many terrifying eyes in the sky were staring at him as if they wanted to see through him. The ancestor of the Yu clan, the Ji clan, the Yao clan's auras, the distant Sky Flame Phoenix clan's auras, the Ancient Wave Heavenly Eagle clan's auras. On the 9 revolutions divine Lei Lian in his mind, the Scarlet Horse Monkey's body was filled with spiritual thunder to block the pressure. Du Xiaofu looked around and found many familiar auras and people. Humph. Humph. Sensing the movements in all directions, Master Flamespark, the golden-winged Great Ping clan's ancestor, and the Heavenly Wood Divine Tree all snorted at the same time. In an instant, scarlet-blue flames, green light, and golden light spread out. I didn't expect that there would be so many familiar faces. Humph. In the sky, the ancestor of the Yu clan looked at Master Flamespark and the other experts from the outside world and spoke. I didn't expect that after so many years, there would be so many familiar faces that are still alive. Humph. In the eyes of the golden-winged Great Ping clan's ancestor, golden runes suddenly fluctuated. Golden light spread out from his body and covered the sky. His aura was no longer calm and became domineering and fierce. In his eyes, it was as if 2 golden suns were rising. It seems like they all know each other. Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaojing, and Dongli Qingqing were also quite surprised. It seemed that the super experts who came out of the eternal tomb and the super experts of this fearsome land knew each other. They have all come here before and have interacted with each other before. Humph, Du Xiaofu murmured. Back then, Master Flamespark and the other experts came here after the ancient desolate fearsome land opened. They should have interacted with the ancestor of the Yu clan at that time. They're here. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu smiled faintly as he felt a familiar aura. Whoosh, whoosh, as Du Xiaofu looked over, there was a fluctuation in the sky. One figure after another flew out. In the sky, layers of spatial ripples appeared and a powerful aura spread out. In a short moment, many figures appeared in the sky. They invisibly attracted the energy of heaven and earth. The wind rose and the clouds surged, directly blocking the sunlight in the sky. Under the powerful aura, the entire space seemed to be frozen. These auras were not as powerful as the 9 great demon emperors, the dragon desolate ancestor, or Huolei Laozu, but they were definitely not simple. They were all above the saint realm. Under the powerful aura, many figures suddenly gathered in the sky. Then, they directly appeared in the desolate country's lineup. Du Xiaofu kept looking at the sky and smiled. The people who came were Lian Qingrong, Nether Demon, Yelu Han, Dongfang Qingmu, Mo Tianxiao, Dugu Fenchen, and the Green Fox Old Monster. These guys had all come. Most importantly, the Snow Palace Master of the Great Snow Mountain, Beiluan Bingchen, was also among them. You guys are all here. Yes. Zhen Qingchen, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, Little Xingxing, and the others were very happy to see Lian Qingrong and Mo Tianxiao. They immediately went up to greet them. As soon as Lian Qingrong and the others appeared, they immediately felt the terrifying aura all around them. They couldn't help but click their tongues. On the other hand, the Snow Palace Master was much calmer. Rock Emperor. Greetings. Soon after, Nether Demon and the others stepped forward and bowed. They sensed the auras of Du Xiaofu and Little Xingxing, and their eyes quietly twitched. They were unable to sense Du Xiaofu's exact cultivation level, but they could sense that this fellow in front of them had definitely improved to a frightening level. The forces around him are too terrifying. Yes. At this moment, whether it was the human race or the Beast Alliance, looking at the desolate country's lineup, so many young sovereigns and super experts, they all frowned and were very shocked. This fluctuation again. Is it going to be completely open this time? The Heavenly Wood Divine Tree's eyes were fixed on the terrifying vortex in front of them. Boom, as the Heavenly Wood Divine Tree's voice fell, the calm vortex suddenly rumbled. A terrifying killing aura surged out, spreading out and faintly making the eyes of all living beings turn red. Not far away, Ouyang Shuang's eyes were filled with bright light. She let out a soft cry and frowned as if she was in extreme pain. Gugu, Ouyang Shuang's lower abdomen glowed as if something was squirming. It was the same as when the ancient desolate ominous grounds opened in the outside world, but this time, it was even more intense. Is there some movement again? Gugu, Du Xiaofu came to Ouyang Shuang's side and frowned, very worried. I feel movement. It's inside. It seems to want to go in there. Ouyang Shuang's forehead was covered in cold sweat, as if she was enduring a great shock. She pointed forward and spoke to Du Xiaofu. Following Ouyang Shuang's gaze, Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes and secretly guessed. Could it really be related to that place? Boom! Boom! Another rumble of thunder resounded in front of them, and a faint fluctuation suddenly appeared in the fog. The fluctuation grew stronger as it approached, and the mysterious runes on the talismans began to reach their limits. The gazes of countless people immediately turned to look at the shocking vortex that was so vast that it seemed to have no end. The ominous vortex began to violently fluctuate, and suddenly, the entire space began to rapidly distort. Whoosh! Boom! It was also at this time that a shocking aura spread out in the distorted sky. As the killing aura began to fiercely surge and distort, it emitted a whistling sound like a tornado. Buzz buzz. Buzz. As the sound of energy spread out, the killing aura in the fog had reached a terrifying level. It was as if the entire world was trembling. It's that killing aura. Boom. Du Xiaofu's gaze trembled. This was not the first time he had felt such an aura. The first 2 times he had encountered it, he had narrowly escaped death. Everyone, be careful. That killing aura will affect your spirit. Du Xiaofu transmitted his voice to everyone's ears, reminding them to be careful. It's opened. Open. The Heaven Burial Deathland is about to open. Open. The greatest secret buried in this world is about to surface. Open. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the ominous vortex. The terrifying killing aura made everyone feel incomparably oppressed. Walala, as an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation spread out, it was as if a monstrous ferocious beast was awakening in this incomparably vast ominous and murderous aura, causing everyone's heart to tremble for no reason. What's inside? Du Xiaofu watched from afar, a solemn expression appearing in his heart. With such a terrifying aura, the Heaven Burial Deathland was indeed extraordinary. Du Xiaofu did not believe that there was nothing inside. Many pairs of eyes were focused on the storm of baleful aura. Countless pairs of eyes were focused on the storm of baleful aura. Most of the people's breathing had become a lot rougher. It was clear that they were extremely nervous. At this moment, the Dragon Desolate Ancestor, the 9 great demon emperors, the Yu clan's ancestor, and other super experts did not pay attention to Du Xiaofu. All of them were focused on the entrance. The aura is too terrifying. Du Xiaofu was constantly shocked. The aura emitted from the vortex was too powerful, causing his heart to be absolutely suppressed. It was as if a huge rock was pressing down on his body, making it difficult for him to even move. The Scarlet Horse Monkey's Yuan spirit in his mind was also greatly affected. Walala! Walala! With another loud noise, the distorted space within the vast ominous vortex suddenly trembled. Then, a series of walala sounds could be heard. Suddenly, a huge spatial vortex appeared. This huge spatial vortex spun out from the endless ominous vortex, appearing in front of everyone like a spatial wormhole. When the spatial vortex appeared, it was like a great path to the heavens that pierced through the endless ominous vortex, cutting across the world. The spatial vortex was bottomless, causing the space to tremble, and ripples to spread out in the space. Then, under everyone's gaze, a huge vortex appeared in the blurry space in front of them. It was incomparably vast, like a nebula that was entrenched and spinning. As it spun, faintly visible cracks appeared. At this moment, everyone could clearly see a corner of the vortex. There was a vast land, a pitch-black mountain range, an incomparably huge white skeleton, and a vast expanse of broken walls and ruins. It was also emitting an extremely terrifying murderous aura. It's there. Yes. Du Xiaofu's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. Not long after entering the ancient desolate fearsome ground, he had already seen that mysterious place. Back then, the murderous aura had permeated the place, causing the Yuan spirit power that contained the scarlet horse monkey vein soul and several spirit lightning soul seeds to involuntarily tremble. What exactly is this place? It's so terrifying. It's terrifying. With his current strength, Du Xiaofu still frowned when he felt the murderous aura. That place was too terrifying. He had never seen such a murderous aura before, and an extremely dangerous feeling spread from the bottom of his heart. Whoosh, deep in the sky, in the terrifying nebula, as the tunnel opened, a wave of murderous aura suddenly appeared. The ripples in the nebula started spreading outwards from the inside to the outside in a frenzy. Not good, retreat, Du Xiaofu's heart tightened. He knew how terrifying the murderous aura was. Just by feeling it, he immediately shouted at the people from the desolate country. They did not dare to stay any longer. Golden light surged from the soles of their feet, and they retreated with all their might. Whoosh whoosh, when the desolate country's troops heard this, they did not stop and quickly retreated. Whoosh whoosh, in the passage, a terrifying murderous aura instantly surged out. Then, in a terrifying world, it seemed to cover the sky and the sun, surging violently and turning into a storm. Ah, run, run quickly. Run. Those living creatures that were close to it immediately shouted in panic, and it was incomparably mournful. Retreat quickly. Retreat. The faces of the patriarchs of the races and forces who had super experts changed greatly, and they all rushed to protect them. The murderous aura rushed out, and wherever it passed, it swallowed everything. There was no escape. Whoosh whoosh. Figures were like lightning, and the living creatures who escaped quickly fled in panic. However, the space behind them collapsed inch by inch. Large areas of the mountains below split open, and huge rocks were swept away, and then disappeared. A monstrous murderous aura finally dissipated between heaven and earth. However, under the impact of the murderous aura just now, any living creature that was affected by the power of the primordial spirit of an ordinary early-stage Saint Realm cultivator would be severely injured if not killed. There was an unlucky Saint Realm cultivator who was directly killed, and there were even more early-stage Saint Realm cultivators who were injured. It's too scary. Run. Even Saint Realm cultivators had to flee in panic. The living creatures retreated with lingering fear, and their hair stood on end. They finally experienced the horror of the burial of heaven and death. What a strong murderous aura. Some of the living creatures could not recover for a long time, and their faces were pale. However, as the murderous aura rushed out, the surroundings seemed to have calmed down, and only a passage was left. Hee hee, a gloomy voice echoed in the sky. In the devil religion, figures fluctuated with devil energy, and swept out directly. They did not seem to be too nervous about the murderous aura, and then directly rushed into the passage. The burial of heaven and death has opened. The blood essence of the true dragon and true phoenix is inside. Yes. The temptation of the burial of heaven and death was too great. Just now, they still had lingering fear. Seeing that someone had already entered, many living creatures took the lead and rushed into the space passage in front of them. Their xian qi trembled, and a series of wind-breaking sounds were heard. The burial of heaven and death has opened. Everyone, go. Yes. It's finally opened. Go in quickly. Go in. Above the surrounding void, figures flashed, bringing with them earth-shattering whooshing sounds. One by one, they rushed towards the spatial passageway in front of them that was distorted in space. Living creatures rushed out, and there were beasts who activated their true forms. The scene was extremely spectacular. Many pairs of eyes were red. Inside the burial of heaven and death, everyone wanted to obtain opportunities. The blood essence of the true dragon and true phoenix was a temptation that no one could resist. There's no danger outside. Let's go in. Everyone, be careful. It's unusual inside. Misfortune and fortune go hand in hand. A great clan's ancestor's robe fluttered. He looked at the space vortex passage, and his eyes fluctuated. Whoosh! Whoosh! Among the human clan, the Sun clan, the First clan, and the Yao clan, figures moved one by one. They were all looking forward to it, and immediately entered the space passage in front of them. Let's go too. Be careful. The burial of heaven and death is extremely dangerous. Chi Su said to the experts of the Baifeng Divine Bird clan. As soon as he finished speaking, the Baifeng Divine Bird clan's figures rushed into the space passage. Blazing green and red flames fluctuated, burning the void. Then, they quickly entered the space passage. Under the spectacular scene, Du Xiaofu stood in the void and looked at the figures sweeping across the surrounding mountains. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. There were not only experts of the Beast Alliance and the Human Clan, there were also many experts who were hiding. He didn't expect that there were so many experts hiding in this world. There were also many auras that had reached an extremely powerful level. There were probably many top experts who were hiding among them. The attraction of the burial of heaven and death was really extraordinary. Xiaofu, let's go in. Nether Demon came to Du Xiaofu's side and said softly. Seeing that many people had already moved, he didn't want the opportunities to fall into the hands of others. We're not in a hurry. The treasures won't belong to whoever goes in first. The dangers will definitely be encountered by those who go in first. Du Xiaofu said with a faint smile. You're right. The treasures depend on opportunities. Whoever goes in first won't get the treasures. Zhen Qingchun said with a smile. The experts of the Farmer clan, Mo family, and other mountain sects were all ready to move. When they heard Du Xiaofu's words, their expressions changed slightly. Even the various old ancestors who had walked out of the eternal tomb in the void were secretly surprised. They didn't expect Du Xiaofu's composure to be stronger than theirs. Amidst their surprise, these old ancestors couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts. When the burial of heaven and death opened, Du Xiaofu, at such a young age, could still maintain such composure. This was enough to prove that he was extraordinary. It was no wonder that he could gather so many supreme martial artists and super experts around him. One by one, the experts fell silent and began to wait. After a while, most of the figures in the sky had entered. There should be no danger outside. The old ancestor of the golden-winged Great Rock clan said. Let's go in. Yes. Du Xiaofu also smiled. It was about time. Be careful. The killing intent in the burial of heaven and death is too great. Yes. There are many strange things in the burial of heaven and death. You must be careful. Yes. The various old ancestors gave instructions to their disciples. Then, they rose into the sky and quickly entered the space tunnel. You must be careful. Maybe there will be some opportunities in this place. Maybe. Huolei Laozu deliberately went up to Du Xiaofu's side. His face was serious, and there were red and blue flames and electric arcs in his eyes. Du Xiaofu nodded and waved to Su Muxin, Ouyang Shuang, Dongli Qingqing, and the others. Time was too tight, and he didn't have time to spend with the girls. He secretly reminded everyone to be careful. Then, a golden light flashed under his feet and he entered the space tunnel. Be careful. Little Xingxing said softly. He leaped up and immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and followed closely behind Du Xiaofu. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh. Many of the desolate country's experts rushed up. Their profound chi trembled, and the mysterious light of the talismans wrapped around their bodies turned into blurry figures. They directly rushed into the space tunnel. The school of agriculture, school of Moism, school of Buddhism, and other great families didn't hesitate and entered one after another. Wrapped in golden light, Du Xiaofu quietly focused his mind and directly entered the spatial tunnel. Spatial ripples fluctuated around the tunnel, as though this space was already outside of another space. There was also a frightening murderous aura faintly fluctuating in the surroundings. As soon as he entered the space tunnel, Du Xiaofu felt a huge suction force swallowing him. The suction force was so strong that he almost couldn't control his body in the space tunnel. Feeling this change, the profound qi in Du Xiaofu's body surged out rapidly, trying to stabilize his body. Not good. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's expression changed. He didn't know what was affecting him, but he felt the entire blood mist space shake violently. It was as if the tunnel was about to collapse. Chapter 24:35. Be careful. Du Xiaofu turned back, wanting to warn the people behind him. The moment he turned back, Du Xiaofu was shocked to see that in the deepest part of this passageway space, there was a vast and resplendent light, as if it had come from the 9 heavens, piercing through time and space, and finally enveloping Yangshuang, who was not far behind him. Roar. There was a faint roar of a beast, as if it came from ancient times. It was the sound of an immemorial god, reverberating through this passageway, shaking the eardrums of all living things, as if thunder had exploded, and their souls were trembling. In an instant, the void rippled, and the light disappeared. Yangshuang's figure disappeared, and no one could stop it in time, nor could they. Then, this spatial passageway also began to collapse. Du Xiaofu's expression changed greatly, and the rock golden wings and the blue spirit armor were deployed, wanting to break through the void and chase after Yangshuang, but to no avail. Within the spatial passageway all he could see was spatial ripples, mixed with a violent energy ripple, and at the same time, mixed with a huge and strange killing aura. This killing aura was majestic, and once again made Du Xiaofu feel an unprecedented sense of danger. Bang bang. Finally, the surrounding passageway collapsed, and the talisman engravings shattered. The spatial energy ripples also became violent, and many spatial cracks opened. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh. The rock golden wings on his back flapped, and Du Xiaofu directly flew out from one of the spatial cracks. In front of him, there was a faint glow of talisman engravings, and in an instant, his vision opened up, and a huge expanse appeared before Du Xiaofu's eyes. There was nothing around him, no land, no sky, as if he had fallen into a void. Du Xiaofu took a deep breath, not knowing where he was, but he was glad that he was fine. Just now, when the passageway exploded, there were many gaps. With everyone's strength, and with so many super strong people around, the people of the desolate country should not be in too much danger. But Yangshuang's strange disappearance worried Du Xiaofu. Looking around, Du Xiaofu felt helpless in the end. He seemed to be trapped. The surroundings did not seem to be a talisman formation, nor was it an illusion. Using the scarlet demonic monkey's soul was useless. In the end, Du Xiaofu could only give up. Time seemed to have lost its meaning in this place. After an unknown period of time, there was a sudden fluctuation in the void ahead. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and looked up. Above the void, a crack had appeared. Qi La, Du Xiaofu did not want to miss such an opportunity. No matter what was inside, it was better than being trapped here. His figure immediately turned into a flash of lightning and rushed out. When his figure flashed out of the spatial crack, Du Xiaofu was careful and vigilant. In front of him was a space that stretched to the end of the horizon. Mountains were continuous, towering into the sky, and it was a magnificent sight. However, the entire space was dark and lifeless, as if there was no life in it at all. It was as if it had been lost at the end of the world, a world that had not appeared for 10,000 years. Rock Emperor, it's you. A clear voice was heard, and a beautiful figure appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. She was elegant and had a light aura. Her skin was delicate, and her eyes were beautiful. The woman wore a purple pleated skirt with a few blooming flowers embroidered on it. As the skirt fluttered, it seemed to emit a hazy light and a fragrance overflowed. Purple Lotus Fairy. Du Xiaofu was a little surprised. He did not expect to meet Purple Lotus Fairy here. When he was at the entrance, he did not see anyone from the demon realm. It seems that you are trapped. Purple Lotus Fairy smiled and looked at Du Xiaofu. Thank you for your help. Du Xiaofu expressed his thanks. It seemed that Purple Lotus Fairy had helped him just now. Actually, it has nothing to do with me. I just got some opportunities. I am related to Purple Lotus's body, and the place you are trapped in seems to be related to the final battlefield of the Dragon Phoenix Tribulation. When I got the opportunity, I felt that someone was there. I did not expect it to be the Rock Emperor. Yes. Purple Lotus Fairy's red lips moved slightly. Even if I did not appear, I think it would not take long for the space to weaken on its own and disappear. It would still not be able to trap the Rock Emperor. Thank you. I still have to thank you. Du Xiaofu expressed his thanks. No matter what, it was Purple Lotus Fairy's help that saved him. Then Du Xiaofu asked Purple Lotus Fairy about the situation. They were still inside the burial dead ground. It is extremely dangerous inside. Can we travel together? If there are treasures and opportunities, the fated ones will know. Purple Lotus Fairy said to Du Xiaofu, wanting to travel together. Okay. Du Xiaofu said softly. After all, he had just received Purple Lotus Fairy's help. Then the two disappeared. In the void, everything was dark and silent. There was no sign of life. When living creatures entered, even their internal Xian Qi would be affected. In this world, there was only a weak amount of heaven and earth energy, which could not satisfy the consumption and supply of living creatures. However, there was also such a place of death. In addition, there were also sacred medicines and precious medicines. On the cliff, there was an unusually majestic energy spreading out, carrying a strong Tao. Mysterious runes intertwined and shone brightly. At the top of the cliff, there was a sparkling and translucent purple-red leaf. The mysterious bone flame rune was about the size of an adult. The sparkling and translucent purple-red leaf was crystal clear. The mysterious bone flame rune was attached to the top of the cliff, meandering for thousands of feet. On top of it, there was a scarlet gold leaf that was like fire. A strange fragrance spread, causing one to feel relaxed and happy just by smelling it. At the center of the sparkling and translucent purple-red leaf, under the mysterious bone flame runes, there was a dazzling purple-gold spiritual fruit. There were mysterious runes intertwining on it, making it crystal clear. This purple-gold spiritual fruit was only the size of a fist, but the shocking energy fluctuation was extremely shocking. One look at it was enough to make one's heart jump. Heavens, it's the purple spirit sun fruit. There is a purple spirit sun fruit in here. A shocked voice rang out. A figure appeared at the top of the cliff with lightning speed and pounced on the purple spirit sun fruit. This was an absolute sacred medicine. It was almost impossible to see it in the outside world. It was rumored that after consuming the purple spirit sun fruit, a Saint Realm cultivator's cultivation would directly increase. It was also rumored that the purple spirit sun fruit had an even more important secret effect. In short, it was absolutely a heavenly treasure. Humph, this purple spirit sun fruit is not something you can obtain. Suddenly, with a low cry, a powerful profound chi pillar shot out. Runes intertwined and turned into a thunderous bolt. In a flash, it fiercely struck that person's head. A powerful force poured out, directly shattering that person's head with a bang. A yellow-clothed figure appeared on the cliff. His face was dark and fierce, and his aura was powerful. There was a hint of heat on his face as he pounced on the purple spirit sun fruit. Chi! Chi! At this moment, the yellow-robed old man had just turned around proudly. However, before he could even take a breath, his body had just moved when his vision suddenly swayed. A low shout rang in his ears, "Killing and robbing, you're not a good person either. I'll take this purple spirit sun fruit." Chi. The yellow-clothed old man was shocked when he heard the low roar. However, it was so fast that before he could react, a golden light fluctuation with a domineering aura directly landed on his chest. Bang! Chi. Under the low and deep sonic boom, the frighteningly overbearing strength directly smashed his body down from the cliff like a bird with broken wings. He heavily landed on the ground, causing the entire ground to shake. Puchi. Chi. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura was weak, but he did not seem to be dead. He crawled up and looked at the cliff. His figure flashed across the sky and disappeared. He did not dare to stay. Swoosh! Swoosh! Two figures landed on the cliff. They were Du Xiaofu and Purple Lotus Fairy, who had sensed the energy fluctuation of the purple spirit sunfruit through the redbone horse monkey's primordial spirit bloodline spirit. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared. His gaze immediately focused on the purple spirit sunfruit on the cliff. Purple spirit sunfruit, this is a heavenly treasure. Purple Lotus Fairy looked at the purple spirit sunfruit on the cliff and her beautiful eyes changed slightly. She was not unfamiliar with the purple spirit sunfruit. It was a top-grade sacred medicine. A good treasure. Swoosh! Du Xiaofu's gaze had been fixed on the sparkling and translucent purple-gold scarlet leaf. The purple spirit sunfruit inside the mysterious flaming rune on the mysterious bone was emitting an astonishing energy fluctuation. It was said that a Saint Realm expert could obtain a lot of benefits if he directly consumed the purple spirit sunfruit. It was a heavenly treasure that could only be encountered by chance and not sought. Gulp, then, Du Xiaofu directly plucked the purple spirit sunfruit and swallowed it like an apple under Purple Lotus Fairy's shocked gaze. Purple Lotus Fairy was stunned for a while, then felt helpless. This guy was eating sacred medicine like a snack. No wonder he was so fierce. Bang! Bang! Muffled sounds of energy came from the mountain. A gray-robed old man stood in the air. He was about 50 years old and looked around with a slightly gloomy gaze. He had a medium build and an extremely sharp gaze. These treasures belong to my Yu clan. Get out of my way. Scram! The old man swept his gaze across the sky. He did not care about the people around him. With the Yu clan here, these wandering cultivators would not dare to fight for the primordial treasures scattered around. In terms of strength, he was a sage realm cultivator. None of the living beings around him dared to provoke him. Moreover, there were many other experts from the Yu clan here. The Yu clan is nothing. Scram! As such a voice came out, the space in front of the old man suddenly distorted and a bolt of lightning flashed. Chi! Chi! A figure made of lightning appeared in front of the Yu family's elder. In the blink of an eye, his aura surged, and a bolt of dazzling lightning burst out of the elder's palm. The lightning tore through the air and slammed into the old man's chest. Pft! Pft! The Yu clan's old man was a sage realm cultivator. He did not even have the chance to set up a defense before the lightning struck his chest. Bang! Pft! With a deep sonic boom, the Yu clan's sage realm cultivator was smashed down from the sky. His body then exploded. Pft! Pft! Several figures broke through the air. Several terrifying experts from the Beast clan appeared and killed the Yu clan's experts in an instant. They collected the primordial treasures scattered on the ground and left in a flash. It's the Thunder Goat, the Demonic Ape, and the Earth Wolf. Pft! They did not dare to get close. They could only watch as the primordial treasures in front of them were taken away by the Thunder Goat and the others. A figure landed on the mountain peak. He was a man in his 40s, with a rugged body and a strong body. His eyes were carefully looking at a brown boulder in front of him. At this moment, a green spirit herb grew out of thin air on the boulder. It was sparkling and translucent, and a refreshing energy aura was faintly discernible. The middle-aged man should be a rogue cultivator. He looked at the spirit herb with a smile in his eyes and immediately pounced on it. However, he was extremely cautious and was on guard against any unforeseen circumstances. Chi! Chi! Just as the middle-aged rogue cultivator approached the spirit herb, a green light suddenly rushed out from the spirit herb. The green light was violent, and the energy was terrifying. In an instant it turned into the phantom of a giant green python that was hundreds of feet long. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at the rogue cultivator. The middle-aged rogue cultivator seemed to be prepared as well. His hand seals had already changed, and a claw shot out. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of Xian Qi surged, and the space trembled. The claw directly seized the body of the dark green python phantom. Hiss hiss, the mysterious runes on the claw shot out, and the giant green python's eyes emitted a green light. It was a little scared and began to retreat. Go back. The middle-aged rogue cultivator's eyes darkened. He groaned slightly, and several hand gestures changed again. The mysterious patterns on the talisman changed again, and the green python was directly sealed back into the spiritual grass. Only then did he smile with satisfaction. The rogue cultivator's figure flashed, and he was about to grab the spirit herb on the boulder. At this moment, just as the middle-aged loose cultivator was about to touch the spirit grass and rejoice in his heart, the space in front of him distorted and a suction force suddenly appeared. Chi! Chi! With a flash of spatial ripples, the treasures that were within his reach suddenly disappeared under the eyes of this middle-aged rogue cultivator. Courting death, who dares to touch this saint's treasure? Chi! Seeing that the treasure was about to be taken away, the rogue cultivator's face suddenly flashed a trace of ferocity. He suddenly raised his head and saw a man in a purple robe standing in the air. There was no doubt that the person who came was Du Xiaofu, who came by following the instinct of the redbone horse monkey meridian soul. He stood in the air, holding the spirit herb in his hand. This spirit herb was not an ordinary thing. In terms of value, it was definitely not inferior to the purple spirit sunfruit that he had eaten not long ago. The treasure belongs to the destined one. Let's go. Du Xiaofu glanced at the rogue cultivator, who was at the initial stage of the saint realm. He had obtained the spirit herb, and there was no need to kill the rogue cultivator. Looking at Du Xiaofu in the air, the middle-aged loose cultivator recovered from his rage. He sensed the aura of this green-robed young man. This aura made him feel a sense of danger, but he was unable to see through it. The rogue cultivator seemed to have never seen Du Xiaofu before, but he felt that such a young man could instantly take away the treasure from his hand, which had proved that his strength was above him. The spirit herb was a treasure, but compared to his life, it was still a little inferior. Gritting his teeth, the middle-aged individual cultivator gritted his teeth. In the face of absolute strength, the middle-aged individual cultivator was unwilling to give up. However, as an individual cultivator, being able to cultivate to this stage, he was also a smart person. He was very sensible. After glaring at Du Xiaofu fiercely, he looked at the spiritual grass in Du Xiaofu's hand again with a burning gaze. He was somewhat reluctant to part with it. Chi! Chi! But then, a silver light flashed under the rogue cultivator's feet. He endured his unwillingness and anger, and his figure turned into a blurred figure, rushing toward the distant mountain range. This is also a treasure. Chi! Purple Lotus Fairy's beautiful figure flashed to Du Xiaofu's side, and her eyes fell on the spirit herb in Du Xiaofu's hand. Du Xiaofu smiled slightly, and his eyes carefully looked at the spirit herb in his hand. His eyes revealed a satisfied look. He had obtained another treasure. This time, he did not directly devour it. Du Xiaofu put the spirit herb in his Qinkuan bag. There is no life in here, only a deathly stillness, but there seems to be a lot of spirit herbs and sacred herbs. Chi. Purple Lotus Fairy frowned. There was clearly no life in this space, and it was deathly stillness everywhere, but there were a lot of sacred herbs. It was very strange. It is a little strange. Du Xiaofu was also pondering. In this dark and deathly stillness space, he had already found a lot of sacred herbs along the way. Be careful. Obtaining these treasures can be considered a harvest. Violet Lotus Fairy said softly. I don't know where they are. Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed, worried about everyone, especially Ouyang Xuan. Then, Du Xiaofu and Purple Lotus Fairy did not stay any longer. Light flashed under their feet and their figures rushed out, disappearing in an instant. No one knew how big this burial wasteland was. Du Xiaofu and Purple Lotus Fairy shuttled through it, and they obtained a lot of sacred herbs, most of which were taken from the hands of others. It was a very common thing to take other people's things in here. There was only strength, and the strong were respected. Everything else was just empty talk. However, if he could avoid hurting others, Du Xiaofu would not deliberately hurt others. But if he encountered someone with a grudge, it was a different story. However, Du Xiaofu did not dare to be careless. Right now, the 9 demon kings, the super experts who had walked out of the eternal tomb, and the old ancestors of the Beast Alliance were all inside. If he were to encounter any of them who had a grudge against him, the consequences would be dire. After several hours of shuttling through the void, Du Xiaofu's redbone horse monkey meridian soul in his mind accurately felt the fluctuation of aura. There's a familiar aura, but this time, Purple Lotus Fairy also felt it, and frowned slightly. Swoosh swoosh, after a while, in a deep abyss, the blood mist fluctuated, and Du Xiaofu and Purple Lotus Fairy's figures landed. That is, when Du Xiaofu's gaze landed on a blood-red lotus at the bottom of the abyss, his eyes instantly trembled. This blood-red lotus was strangely huge, and its color was bright and beautiful. Its entire body was blood-red, and it emitted a strange aura. This aura was like a soul-sucking aura. It was as if one's heart would palpitate and his divine soul would tremble, and he would be affected unknowingly. It's the soul-devouring blood lotus. My original body, Purple Lotus, was originally part of the Purple Lotus clan, but it mutated into an evil creature. Don't look at it too much, it can affect one's mind. If you're not careful, you'll be controlled by it, and your divine soul will be sucked out. Purple Lotus Fairy's gaze fell on the blood-red lotus, and her eyes widened in shock. This soul-devouring blood lotus was somewhat related to her. Soul-devouring blood lotus. Sigh. At this time, Du Xiaofu's gaze was fixed on the soul-devouring blood lotus. Its entire body seemed to be surrounded by a bloody light. The more he looked at it, the more it seemed as if there was blood flowing inside, and it could frighten one's divine soul. Chi. Chi. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's mind trembled, and then his eyes flashed with lightning. Just now, he was almost affected. Fortunately, his primordial spirit was not weak. If it was an ordinary Saint Realm cultivator just now, he would have been in trouble. The soul-devouring blood lotus is a demonic creature. If it develops intelligence, it will bring disaster to the human world. If it is controlled by an evil person, it will bring endless harm. Chi. Purple Lotus Fairy said to Du Xiaofu with a serious expression. I didn't expect there to be such a demonic creature in the world. When he looked at the soul-devouring blood lotus again, Du Xiaofu was truly shocked. It looked beautiful, but it was a demonic creature. Be careful. Chi. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu pulled Purple Lotus Fairy behind him, and looked above the abyss. Soul-devouring blood lotus, I didn't expect you to be here. You are really lucky. Chi. As Du Xiaofu looked up, an indifferent voice slowly sounded in the air. Demonic chi rolled, and the space seemed to be torn apart. A huge demonic seal directly shrouded Du Xiaofu. When this demonic seal appeared, the surrounding void trembled violently, and a strange invisible force seeped out. It was all-pervasive, and it was able to imprison and demonize the world. Boom! Chi! Du Xiaofu's expression changed, and in an instant, the sky-shaking wings flapped out. Rumble, the golden light and the demonic seal collided, and a large area of the void was silently shattered in an instant. The golden light was boundless, and it swept across the sky. Demonic chi filled the sky, and in an instant, a huge figure appeared in the void. A hair-raising aura appeared in Du Xiaofu's heart. Suddenly, his eyes trembled violently, and he looked up. The Nine-Demon Emperor, that huge figure, was in the sky, and the terrifying demonic chi could make the void of the abyss chaotic. Demonic chi rolled around that huge figure, making him look like a demon emperor. Is there only one demon emperor? Du Xiaofu's eyes twitched slightly, and his sharp primordial spirit secretly probed the surroundings. It seemed that there was only one demon emperor's aura. However, at this moment, he felt that the aura of the Nine-Demon Emperor was obviously much stronger than before. Compared to before, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. The 9 great demon emperors should have completely recovered. Yes. Du Xiaofu guessed inwardly. The 9 great demon emperors should have merged with their physical bodies, and they should have completely recovered by now. The 9-demon emperor was in the sky, and his huge body was covered in demonic radiance. His eyes were pitch black and deep, like a black hole, and the surrounding energy of the abyss was also chaotic because of his appearance. Kid, you seem to have become much stronger. Huh? The 9-demon emperor stared at Du Xiaofu, and he seemed to be very surprised. Then, a strange black ripple spread around his huge body, and layers of it shook the void, enveloping and spreading out. Chapter 24:36. You should have fully recovered, right? But back then, the 3 of you were no match for him. Now that you're alone, why aren't you running? Run! Du Xiaofu could feel the aura of the 9-demon emperor. Although the 9-demon emperor was powerful, he was no longer the same as before. It was a good opportunity for him to test himself. Brat, you're courting death. Roar! The 9-demon emperor roared angrily. Recalling the time when he, Old 8, and Old 7 were no match for him, one could imagine how he felt. This was enough to make him angry. This was also a provocation to him. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the 9-demon emperor stepped out. The surrounding demonic chi dissipated, revealing his true form. The black armor on his body leaked demonic chi, and the demonic chi in his body was monstrous. His figure shot out rapidly, crossing the void, and directly punched towards Du Xiaofu. Such a punch was filled with monstrous devil chi, and a large area of the void in front of the fist was silently shattered in an instant. Seeing the 9-demon emperor's figure enlarging rapidly, Du Xiaofu sneered. The cyan spirit armor and golden rock wings were deployed on his body. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and with a shake of his arm, he did not hold back his physical strength and directly punched out. Bang bang! Boom! The collision of these 2 fists was like 2 meteorites colliding together. A low and deep sonic boom suddenly resounded from the point of collision like muffled thunder. Chi La, the void exploded, and under Violet Lotus Fairy's astonished gaze, the 9-demon emperor was directly pushed back. His feet brushed against the ground, and he was pushed back dozens of meters before he could stabilize his body. The 9-demon emperor's sneering expression instantly turned into one of shock. The blood and energy in his body churned and waves of intense pain were transmitted from his fist. Back then, he had been able to easily crush an ant to death time and time again. But now, he had actually reached such a level. The 9-demon emperor could not believe it. How was this possible? This was absolutely impossible. How could that brat have such strength? And this time, he was not suppressed, so he could go all out. However, the waves of pain that came from his fist told him that all of this was definitely not an illusion. It was real. Just as Mo Shah and the others had told him, this brat had already reached an incomparably terrifying level. Not long ago, he had even killed a late-stage Saint Beast. Du Xiaofu's figure was also pushed back, and was not inferior to the Nine-Demon Emperor. Peak Saint Realm Saint Beast, and possibly close to Sage Accomplished Realm. Du Xiaofu guessed the Nine-Demon Emperor's cultivation. And at the same time, when he stomped his foot to the ground, he stepped Nine-Demon Emperor, and Nine-Demon Emperor, who was still Du Xiaofu, as long as the Nine-Demon Emperor was Saint Realm Du Xiaofu, as the Nine-Demon Realm Saint Realm, 999 Demon Realm Saint Master Saint being ons, let's see how strong a fully recovered Demon Emperor can be. Du Xiaofu merely uttered these words. Just as Zhou Demon Emperor stabilized his body, Du Xiaofu's figure instantly pounced forward. Golden light rippled from his palm as his 5 fingers curled slightly. The great rock's chaos-shattering claw was extended. It was incomparably domineering, and it was as if there was an illusory figure of a golden-winged rock soaring into the sky. Brat, you're too arrogant. Nine Demon Emperor's face was gloomy to the extreme. He raised his arm and let out a thunderous roar. Demonic chi billowed, and he struck out with his full strength. Bang, bang, bang. Bang. With Du Xiaofu and Nine Demon Emperor as the center, the ground of the abyss around them crumbled inch by inch, revealing large cracks in the ground. Purple Lotus Fairy's beautiful eyes changed color as she retreated continuously. Her delicate face turned pale, and she watched nervously. Chi, Du Xiaofu was knocked back again, but he managed to stabilize himself after a few steps. His eyes narrowed slightly. This Nine-Demon Emperor was very powerful after he had fully recovered. He seemed to be much stronger than before, and his battle prowess was clearly much higher than Blood Malevolent Ancestor. Dang, dang, rubbing against the void, Nine-Demon Emperor's body was pushed back again. His feet stepped on the void as he staggered back. Wherever his feet passed, the void shattered, and space rippled. What a strange brat. Shock. Nine-Demon Emperor was even more shocked. What kind of character was he? Back in the ancient times, even the ancient experts of the 9 great families, dragons, and phoenixes couldn't do anything to him. But how old was this brat? How many years had he cultivated? How could he be so terrifying? Brat, you've angered me. Nine-Demon Emperor said in a gloomy voice. Demonic chi rose from his body as he charged towards Du Xiaofu. A fingerprint pierced through the void. Demonic chi fluctuated, and like a black thunderbolt, it was aimed at the back of Du Xiaofu's head in an instant. Nine-Demon Emperor's demonic chi billowed, and his every move shattered the void. Come. Go. Du Xiaofu was fearless. At this moment, he was also a late Sage Realm expert. His physical strength was absolutely strong, and the golden wings behind his back carried the domineering will of the golden-winged great rocks. Rumble, Du Xiaofu activated his Thunder Martial Vein as well, and started the battle. Bastard! Go! Nine-Demon Emperor became angrier as the battle went on. He had never thought that he would be suppressed by this brat again. However, Nine-Demon Emperor was still Nine-Demon Emperor. He was very powerful. Even his physical body was incomparably tough. His figure was as fast as lightning, and Du Xiaofu couldn't gain the upper hand. Kill! Roar! Nine-Demon Emperor roared. His demonic chi billowed, and a palm print containing unparalleled power fiercely fell on Du Xiaofu's back. Rock descends to the 9th heaven. Boom! Golden light shot out from the rock descends to the 9th heaven. However, at this moment, the golden wings behind Du Xiaofu's back erupted with golden light. 36 feathers of the true rock shot out like lightning, and transformed into 36 golden lightning bolts that wrapped around Nine-Demon Emperor in an instant. The Nine-Demon Emperor retreated at a speed faster than lightning. He managed to evade most of the true rock's feathers, but a few of the feathers still managed to pierce into the Nine Demon Emperor's black armor. Cracks appeared on the Nine Demon Emperor's demonic chi battle armor, but they did not manage to penetrate his body. Du Xiaofu retreated slightly, and his hand seals were formed secretly. Suddenly, ancient runes rippled out from his body. At this moment, with him as the center, a void 8 trigrams diagram appeared beside Du Xiaofu. The mysterious 8 trigrams diagram connected with each other, and turned into a dazzling divine ring that spread out in all directions. Rumble, a boundless power instantly descended and pushed away the monstrous demonic chi pressure in the space. Roar, in just an instant, the mysterious void 8 trigrams diagram spread out in all directions. On it, there were the cries of thousands of beasts, the evolution of mountains and lakes, the alternation of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, the changes of the sun, moon, and stars, the shifting of mountains and rivers, and the flapping of the golden rock's wings. When the void 8 trigrams diagram appeared, Nine Demon Emperor seemed to have sensed something, and his eyes changed again. There was even an aura that made him tremble inexplicably from the bottom of his heart. Nine Demon Emperor's eyes trembled. It was that strange diagram again, and there was an aura that made him tremble. It was vast and boundless, and it descended upon his heart for no reason. On the void 8 trigrams diagram, Du Xiaofu's hand seals continued to form, like a divine spirit in the sky. The void 8 trigrams diagram was changing, deducing, and deriving, the surrounding void rippled invisibly, and with Du Xiaofu as the center, the void 8 trigrams diagram continued to spread out. Upper Kun and Lower Li, Earth Fire Bright E breaks. Upper Qian and Lower Dui, Heavenly Luo trigrams breaks. Upper Qian and Lower Li, Heavenly Luo trigrams breaks. Du Xiaofu opened his mouth, and a series of complex and mysterious hand seals were formed. The 8 trigrams diagram had a myriad of changes. Lightning and stars appeared, and there were blazing flames and moving mountains and rivers. The void was collapsing, and the aura of destruction enveloped this part of the world. Above the void, vast and mighty energy surged. Resplendent runes were like the sea, and the aura swept towards Nine Demon Emperor. Little bastard! Nine Demon Emperor roared. He was already sullen that he couldn't stand for a long time. Now, he was even injured and suppressed. This was simply a humiliation. Demonic chi filled the sky, and countless demonic shadows appeared to contend against the void 8 trigrams diagram. Within the void 8 trigrams diagram, Du Xiaofu's great ping golden wings spread out, and it was like a real ping striking the sky. The more he fought, the braver he became. Du Xiaofu clashed with Nine Demon Emperor continuously, and the muffled sounds were like thunder, shaking the abyss. The entire abyss was filled with demonic chi, and it was so dense that it covered the sky. Accompanied by the cries of ghosts, it was as if the netherworld realm had opened. After another dozen exchanges, Nine Demon Emperor's body was pushed back again. The black armor in front of his chest was deeply dented by Du Xiaofu's punch. The surrounding area was cracked, and it seemed like it was going to shatter. Nine Demon Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood. Du Xiaofu was also injured. His azure spirit armor was shattered, and it was struck by Nine Demon Emperor's sharp claws. However, it was recovering soon. Slightly lowering his gaze, Du Xiaofu's hand seals changed. When the last hand seal was condensed, a silver-gold electric arc instantly swept out from between his eyebrows, releasing a violent and destructive pressure in an instant. Boom! Boom! A supreme aura descended, and in an instant, silver-gold lightning swept out and spread across the void. The aura of the lightning arc was ancient, and it was accompanied by the aura of the silver net soul-devouring lightning, great earth-shattering lightning, soul-extinguishing divine lightning, golden crow sky-burning lightning, and many other types of spiritual lightning. The silver-gold lightning arc spread out in all directions, and it was so resplendent that it covered the sky and the sun. It had an ancient and domineering aura, desolate and magnificent. It couldn't be provoked, and it contained violent destruction. Rumble, when the various types of spiritual lightning appeared in the void, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Heavenly lightning rolled in all directions, as if it was going to destroy the world. Roar! Roar! The redbone horse monkey primordial spirit meridian soul appeared, and it carried the might of the spiritual lightning and suppressed the 9 demon emperor. Du Xiaofu wouldn't be polite to someone from the devil religion. He had seen a corner of the great calamity a long time ago. The world had turned into a purgatory, and it was all related to the devil religion. At this moment it was the best opportunity. If he could take this opportunity to eliminate this 9 demon emperor, it could be considered as eliminating a huge threat. With the 9 demon emperor's strength and cultivation, once he left this place and gathered with the other 9 demon emperors, it would be hard to find another opportunity to kill him. Fight! Roar! Activating the redbone horse monkey primordial spirit meridian soul, Du Xiaofu became more and more courageous. Du Xiaofu flapped his wings and soared into the sky. Relying on the great pink golden wings and the azure spirit armor, he had a lot of advantages in speed and physical defense. In addition to the Void 8 trigrams diagram, he constantly clashed with the 9 demon emperor's physical body. Bang, 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 the 9 demon emperor was very strong. Du Xiaofu was trembling like this, and he was also injured constantly. His hair was messy, but the more he fought, the crazier he became. With blood at the corner of his mouth, he became even more ferocious, just like the Demon King. The 9 demon emperor was in an even more miserable state. As a dignified demon emperor, he originally thought that after completely recovering, he would be able to intimidate the world. Who knew that he would be suppressed by this brat after entering this dangerous place? Bastard! Roar! The 9 demon emperor was incomparably furious. Demonic chi swept out like an angry wind, and it was incomparably terrifying. What kind of status did the 9 demon emperor have? He was a dignified demon emperor. After recovering in the heavenly devil battlefield and recovering the corner of his mouth, he originally thought that he would be able to dominate the world. Who knew that he would be beaten to such a state by a junior? Continue. Continue. Du Xiaofu flapped his wings, and golden light surged in his eyes. He was like a human-shaped peng, incomparably domineering. His body was stained with blood, and he looked even more ferocious and intimidating. The crazy battle was intense, and it caused the void to boil. The 9 demon emperor was forced to the extreme. He didn't hold back and went all out. Swish, blood splashed out from the 9 demon emperor's shoulder, and it was very miserable. Du Xiaofu was distressed, but under the effect of the indestructible Xian body, there were purple-gold electric arcs fluctuating on the surface of his body, and his injuries were slowly recovering. The 9 demon emperor was furious. Not only was he suppressed in this strange space, but the spiritual thunder could also suppress the demonic chi in his body. If this continued, he would only become more and more miserable. Brat, I won't forgive you. Roar. The 9 demon emperor roared, and his palm released a terrifying demonic chi, and ruthlessly slapped toward Du Xiaofu. He wanted to end this quickly and settle everything as soon as possible. I'm no longer the same as before. Roar. Du Xiaofu sneered. He was no longer the same as before. The pink golden wings on his back flapped, and it actually broke through the space. In a flash, he didn't retreat, but advanced, and directly clenched his fist to meet the 9 demon emperor's palm. With the thunder martial vein, he killed in all directions. Boom! Boom! The fist and palm collided, and countless spatial ripples appeared out of thin air. Rings of energy ripples and demonic chi spread out, raising the surrounding area to the ground. Puff, the 9 demon emperor spat out blood again. His palm was in great pain, and blood flowed out from his palm. Rumble, the redbone horse monkey dashed across the sky, bringing with it endless thunderous booms as it suppressed the 9 demon emperor once again. Brat, just you wait. Coward. The Nine-Demon Emperor was terrified, and his eyes were extremely sinister. He was unwilling and angry, and his demonic chi surged, tearing the void apart. It was actually able to overturn the 8 trigrams diagram in the void. Where do you think you're going? Coward. Du Xiaofu didn't expect the Nine-Demon Emperor to actually want to escape. Without any superfluous words, he directly stretched out his claw. Golden light broke through the sky, and 5 golden lightning bolts shot out from the spatial crack. Bastard! Coward! The Nine-Demon Emperor cursed, but he didn't dare to stop, and quickly fled. Brat, I won't let you go. Coward! The Nine-Demon Emperor's angry roar echoed in the void. He didn't dare to stop, and he quickly left. This was another humiliation to him. The dignified Demon Emperor, who had existed since ancient times, could only flee when facing a brat. Seeing the Nine-Demon Emperor turn around and flee without hesitation, Du Xiaofu was also surprised. He wanted to chase after him, but he knew that it would be extremely difficult to kill the Nine-Demon Emperor. Back then, those ancient experts didn't manage to kill these demon emperors. There must be something strange about this. Du Xiaofu held back, and didn't chase after the Nine-Demon Emperor. After some consideration, he knew that it wouldn't be easy for him to recover in this space. Once he exhausted all his energy, he would be the unlucky one in the end. That Demon Emperor actually fled. Damn! In the distance, Purple Lotus Fairy was shocked. She couldn't believe it when she saw the Nine-Demon Emperor fleeing in a sorry state. That was a dignified Demon Emperor, and he actually fled in a sorry state. If this news were to spread out, no one would believe it. After putting everything away, Du Xiaofu's face was a little pale, and his hair was a little messy. Purple Lotus Fairy saw everything, and she still couldn't help but be shocked. She smiled and stepped forward, asking Du Xiaofu, "What about the soul-devouring blood lotus? Since it's a demon, I'll destroy it first." Du Xiaofu thought for a moment, and then his figure flashed out, and he arrived in front of the soul-devouring blood lotus in an instant. The mysterious runes in his hand shrouded the soul-devouring blood lotus. Walala! Walala! As Du Xiaofu approached, the mysterious runes on the soul-devouring blood lotus erupted, and it suddenly exploded, turning into a huge blood-red energy aura that surged out. Under this energy aura, a majestic soul-devouring aura spread out, and a terrifying murderous aura spread out, instantly pouring over the abyss. Retreat quickly! Du Xiaofu shouted. He didn't dare to be careless under such an aura. This soul-devouring aura was even more majestic, affecting his spirit. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two figures quickly retreated, and instantly left the area shrouded by the soul-devouring aura. In the huge abyss ahead, the billowing soul-devouring aura slowly disappeared in the void. What a strong soul-devouring aura! Purple Lotus Fairy's beautiful eyes were full of surprise. She was shocked by the soul-devouring blood lotus that had burst out a moment ago. No matter what, it's destroyed. Whoosh! Du Xiaofu said softly, and then said to Purple Lotus Fairy, "Let's go, and see if there are any other games, and see if there are any acquaintances nearby." Whoosh! The two continued to travel aimlessly in the void. The battle with the Nine-Demon Emperor just now had given Du Xiaofu a lot of information. It seemed that he didn't need to be afraid of the perfect saint realm. Du Xiaofu estimated that with his current strength and means, there weren't many people who could pose a threat to him, except for those old ancestor experts who had entered the burial dead ground. As long as he was careful, there shouldn't be too much danger. As for the ordinary rogue cultivators, as long as they avoided him and didn't provoke him, Du Xiaofu didn't pay much attention to them. These people couldn't pose a threat to him. Along the way, Du Xiaofu also met a few rogue cultivators and a few people, but unfortunately, there were no people from the barren country. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but worry about the people of the barren country. He hoped that they would be fine. After a few hours, a vast mountain range appeared in the eyes of Du Xiaofu and Purple Lotus Fairy. Such rich energy! The two looked at the mountain range in front of them, and were surprised. This mountain range seemed to be particularly rich in the energy of heaven and earth. Du Xiaofu looked at the mountain range in front of him. It was the complete opposite of the deathly stillness and faint vitality everywhere. The mountain range was vast, with continuous peaks and incomparably lush green. The mountain range was filled with a thick fog. This fog was not a natural fog, but was formed by the condensation of dense energy. The energy was so dense that it was as if all the energy of heaven and earth in the burial dead land had gathered here. This place is extraordinary. It's a strange place. I guess that any place with rich energy of heaven and earth is not simple. We have to be careful. Gazing at the mountain range in front of them, Purple Lotus Fairy said to Du Xiaofu softly. Du Xiaofu nodded, indicating that Purple Lotus Fairy should be careful. With his sharp mind, he also vaguely felt that this place didn't seem normal. In the burial dead ground, any place with rich energy of heaven and earth must have something unusual. There seems to be someone ahead. With his sharp mind, Du Xiaofu found that there were many powerful auras ahead. Swoosh swoosh, moving forward, Du Xiaofu retracted his aura and carefully appeared in the canyon. At this moment, quite a number of figures had appeared in the canyon. Numerous figures were gathered together, and there were at least 100 of them. Du Xiaofu was secretly puzzled. There were so many people, and they were all experts. It seemed that these people were quite fast. According to the information obtained by our Yu clan, there is a grass of immortality up ahead. This grass of immortality is an item from the primordial era, and it already has spiritual intelligence. Ordinary people can't deal with it. Yes. People from the Yu clan. Hearing this voice, Du Xiaofu inwardly raised his eyebrows and looked ahead. Sure enough, he saw several experts from the Yu clan. He had seen them before in the holy temple. There are many familiar faces. Du Xiaofu looked around and was somewhat surprised to find experts from the Sun clan, Ji clan, Jiang clan, and even the First clan. Among the crowd, Du Xiaofu saw Jiang Yiting and Sun Qin again. Their exquisite figures were wrapped in moving curves. Grass of immortality. Du Xiaofu heard the Yu clan ancestors' words the most clearly. His eyes immediately lit up when he heard about the grass of immortality. Du Xiaofu didn't know about the soul-devouring blood lotus not long ago, but Du Xiaofu knew about the grass of immortality the best. He had comprehended the mysteries of the grass of immortality. It's the grass of immortality. Primordial grass of immortality. It has spiritual intelligence. This is a precious treasure. Following the Yu clan experts' words, the surrounding people were in an uproar. They whispered to each other in shock. Everyone knew what the grass of immortality was. It was definitely a precious treasure. It's the grass of immortality. A grass of immortality with spiritual intelligence is a living thing. It can't fall into the hands of these people. Violet Lotus Fairy's voice had already reached Du Xiaofu's ears. Her voice was a little excited. She was a demon spirit, so naturally, she didn't want other demon spirits to fall into the hands of these people. Du Xiaofu gave Violet Lotus Fairy a look and immediately used a disguise technique. He immediately turned into a tall and thin middle-aged man. His purple robe was also replaced with a long gown. Then, he nodded slightly to Violet Lotus Fairy and the two quietly walked into the canyon. In the canyon ahead, the Yu clan's leader looked at the experts of the various clans. His eyes flashed slightly, and he said, "Everyone, the grass of immortality in front of us already has spiritual intelligence. It's extremely powerful and not easy to deal with. If anyone wants to go alone, I'm afraid they won't be able to return. However, I believe that if all of us work together, we can definitely deal with the grass of immortality." Chapter 2437. Hearing the words of the Yu clan's leader, the hundreds of experts from the various clans began to discuss. Du Xiaofu hid in the distance, his eyes flashing. The Yu clan was trying to rope everyone in to deal with the grass of immortality. The Yu clan is definitely up to no good. Yes. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. The Yu clan would never tell anyone about such a treasure like the grass of immortality under normal circumstances, much less ask everyone to join forces. Du Xiaofu looked at the Yu clan's lineup. There were 8 or 9 experts in the Yu clan, 3 of whom were at the early stage of the Sage Realm. This should be the Yu clan's last trump card. The Yu clan's leader was actually at the late stage of the Sage Realm, which surprised Du Xiaofu. This was the first time he had seen the Yu clan's old man. It seemed that he had underestimated the Yu clan's trump card. The Yu clan had so many experts, yet they still wanted people to join forces to find the grass of immortality. Du Xiaofu frowned. If his guess was correct, the grass of immortality wasn't weak. It was definitely powerful. If the grass of immortality really has intelligence, it definitely won't be easy to deal with. Purple Lotus Fairy calmed down. After thinking carefully, she transmitted her voice to Du Xiaofu. There was some doubt in her eyes. There's nothing strange about it. If my guess is correct, the Yu clan has already suffered heavy losses. They can't take the grass of immortality alone. The corners of Du Xiaofu's mouth curled into a smile. He understood the Yu clan's people too well. Violet Lotus Fairy raised her eyebrows and her red lips slightly parted. She once again transmitted her voice with a chuckle. I forgot that the grass of immortality that has gained sentience and is even an immemorial grass of immortality. Its strength has already reached a terrifying level. Not to mention these people, even the top experts in this world would find it difficult to take it down. Yes. If everyone joins forces and obtains the grass of immortality in the end, how will it be divided? Asked an old man from the Ji clan. In front of a treasure, the first thing that came to mind was how to divide it. He didn't even think about why the Yu clan had pulled them in. When we obtain the grass of immortality, how about we divide it equally according to the amount of effort? The grass of immortality is enough to be divided into many portions. Any portion is worth a fortune. Who knows, there might be other treasures behind the grass of immortality. We can divide them equally. What does everyone think? The Yu clan's leader Elder Yu clan's provocation, Yu clan's leader Yu clan. Although many experts were worried when they heard this, the temptation of treasures made them unable to worry too much. Yes. Everyone looked Yu-feng, you. There were also many people who looked like rogue cultivators and some experts from small forces present. After hesitating for a moment, they slowly nodded their heads. Of course, although these experts from small forces nodded their heads, there were only a few fools among them. After all, it was impossible for fools to cultivate to such a level. Although the Yu clan's leader Elder Yu's words were pleasant to hear, it would be foolish to believe the Yu clan at a time like this. Everyone probably had their own plans. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. The Yu clan had gathered so many people. It was a considerable force. He wondered how confident they were in dealing with the grass of immortality. Did you two just arrive? You actually heard it. How about we go together? The old man's gaze suddenly fell on Du Xiaofu and Violet Lotus Fairy. He sensed 2 people approaching, so he carefully sized up Du Xiaofu and Violet Lotus Fairy. Everyone's gaze also immediately fell on Du Xiaofu and Violet Lotus Fairy. Under Du Xiaofu's disguising technique, no one could recognize him. No one had seen Violet Lotus Fairy before, so no one recognized her. Jiang Yiting and Sun Qin, however, couldn't help but take a second look at Violet Lotus Fairy. Demon Spirit. Demon Spirit. Sun Wu and the other experts secretly moved their eyes as they sensed Violet Lotus Fairy's aura. I'm not interested. The grass of immortality isn't easy to deal with. I don't want to be used as cannon fodder. Du Xiaofu smiled and replied to the Yu clan's elder Yu. Du Xiaofu's meaning was clear. He was directly warning the Sun clan and Jiang clan to pay attention. Du Xiaofu didn't mind wasting his saliva to disrupt the Yu clan's matters. He didn't have a good impression of the Yu clan either. If he wasn't interested in the grass of immortality, he would have directly attacked. In addition, Du Xiaofu didn't want to kill them directly. The Yu clan's elder emperor was also here. If he angered the elder emperor, he might start a massacre in the desolate country. It wouldn't be a good thing. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, many people's gazes secretly changed. Sir, if you don't want to participate, then scram. If you take one step into this place, I'll kill you without mercy. A cold voice suddenly sounded. A middle-aged man stepped out from beside the Yu clan's elder Yu. He looked to be in his 40s, and his aura surged. He was at the early stage of the Sage Realm. What big words! Does this burial deathland belong to the Yu clan? If it belongs to your Yu clan, then move it back to your Yu clan if you have the ability. Humph, Du Xiaofu said indifferently. He didn't want to pay any attention to them. Du Xiaofu didn't want to be polite to the Yu clan. Although he didn't want to attack directly, if the Yu clan dared to provoke him now, then they could only blame themselves for being unlucky. What big words! The middle-aged man of the initial stage of the Sage Realm of the Yu clan was a Sage Realm expert. However, his complexion turned gloomy when he saw that the opposite party was an unknown individual. It seemed that he was either a loose cultivator or a member of a small force. The middle-aged man's complexion became cold as soon as he shouted. The corners of his mouth curved into a cold smile. He took a step forward, and majestic Xian Qi violently swept out. His figure strangely arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. He clenched his fist, and a fist mark distorted the space. It seemed as if it was about to shatter the space ripples. He arrived in front of Du Xiaofu in an instant with a sneer on his face. Then, he ferociously punched toward Du Xiaofu's chest. Du Xiaofu didn't have the slightest intention of retreating under everyone's attentive gazes. He let the middle-aged man's fist pour down on his chest with a huge force. This scene made everyone's eyes become filled with horror. Bang! Bang! The middle-aged man from the Yu clan smashed his fist down with a deep sonic boom. The sneer in his eyes became even colder. This person couldn't even dodge his fist. He was simply courting death. A loose cultivator was a loose cultivator after all. While the middle-aged man from the Yu clan was sneering, his complexion instantly turned the color of a pig's liver. He felt as if his fist had landed on a plum blossom. The space in front of him collapsed, and the middle-aged man's figure was also shattered. However, there was no blood mist. An afterimage, the middle-aged man's complexion changed. His eyes were instantly filled with horror. Qi! Qi! Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's figure reappeared. He was directly beside the middle-aged man from the Yu clan, and his palm landed on the middle-aged man's shoulder at the same time. Ka, the middle-aged man's shoulder broke. Not only that, he felt a huge force surge through his shoulder and directly into his body. Wherever the huge force passed, all the bones in his body were shattered into pieces. They were almost shattered inch by inch. Ah! Qi! His bones shattered inch by inch. Under the intense pain, the middle-aged man instantly howled in agony. You overestimate yourself. In a flash, Du Xiaofu lifted his gaze and directly imprisoned the middle-aged man from the Yu clan. Stop! Stop! The leading old man from the Yu clan shouted at the first moment. Qi! Qi! At the same time, the other cultivator from the Yu clan, who was at the initial stage of the Saint Realm, quickly rushed towards Du Xiaofu. There was a cold look in this person's eyes. A bright celestial qi ribbon with talisman patterns flashed and shot toward Du Xiaofu in an instant. The bright talisman patterns intertwined and the space was directly shattered, revealing a pitch-black halo. Humph! Chi! The Violet Lotus Fairy shouted faintly. Her beautiful figure flashed, and a light beam of mysterious runes suddenly gathered in her hand with astonishing power. The terrifying energy caused the space to explode and crack. Whoosh! Chi! The energy beam in the Violet Lotus Fairy's hand left a trail of light behind it as it streaked across the sky. In a flash, it fiercely collided with the middle-aged man. Boom! Boom! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two energy beams collided with a loud bang, and an earth-shattering sound suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. Bang, 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 the two collided like meteorites, and the terrifying energy ripples were like stormy waves, suddenly sweeping out at this moment. Thump, thump. Boom. Under this blow, the Yu clan's initial stage Saint Realm cultivator was directly shaken back a few steps. He staggered back, and his face had already turned ugly. As soon as he made his move, he knew the cultivation strength of his opponent. The beautiful woman was actually an intermediate stage Saint Realm demon spirit. The Violet Lotus Fairy's body did not move, and her beautiful figure was not affected too much. An initial stage Saint Realm cultivator could not shake her. So strong. Wow! Only when the Violet Lotus Fairy made her move did the crowd realize the strength of these two people. This man and woman were definitely not to be trifled with. It was no wonder that they did not put the Yu clan in their eyes. It turned out that they had absolute strength. Du Xiaofu did not pay attention to the crowd. During this period of time together, he knew the strength of the Violet Lotus Fairy. Among the people present, except for the old leader of the Yu clan, no one could do anything to her. With a faint sneer, Du Xiaofu lifted the Yu clan's middle-aged man, who was holding the restriction in his hand, and threw him aside without hesitation. The middle-aged man was thrown to the ground, and his vision blurred. At this time, he realized who he had encountered. The sinister look in his eyes and the sinister smile on his face instantly turned into horror and fear. The other party was so terrifying that he was simply not an initial stage Saint Realm cultivator to deal with. At this moment, many people were watching this scene with astonishment. Who would have thought that the strength of this man and woman had reached such a terrifying level? The old leader of the Yu clan did not need to look to know that an initial stage Saint Realm cultivator had been crippled. His face twitched without a trace. But more importantly, the old leader of the Yu clan could feel that the middle-aged man in front of him was absolutely not simple. He was hiding his cultivation. But seeing a Saint Realm expert of the Yu clan being killed in front of his eyes, the old man of the Yu clan absolutely could not bear it. Who are you? The old man of the Yu clan stared at Du Xiaofu and asked. Just don't provoke me. You look for your grass of immortality, and I'll look for mine. Whoever is fated will get it. Du Xiaofu replied to the old man of the Yu clan. Good, good, very good. Good. Looking at Du Xiaofu, the smile on the old man's face gradually turned gloomy. He stretched out his hand from the sleeve of his robe, and threads of light flashed like lightning. Finally, as if an arc of electricity was fluctuating in front of his fingertips, mysterious talisman patterns intertwined in the center of his palm. I'd like to see who you are. How dare you not put my Yu clan in your eyes? Cold. As soon as his cold voice fell, the killing intent in the old man's eyes disappeared without a trace. The moment he moved, his figure strangely disappeared from where he stood. Seeing the old man of the Yu clan disappear, the expressions of the experts of the Jiang and Sun clans changed inwardly. They knew that the old man of the Yu clan in front of them was not a simple character. He was a terrifying existence second only to the Yu clan's imperial ancestor. Whoosh, everything happened as fast as lightning. When the old man of the Yu clan reappeared, he was already in front of Du Xiaofu. As Du Xiaofu's pupils shrank, the old man's hand, which was flickering with the light of mysterious talisman patterns, slightly bent into a claw. Like a ghost claw, it brought along 5 pitch-black cracks in the void. It was suffused with a terrifying force as it viciously clawed at Du Xiaofu's face. This claw was accompanied by the aura of the peak of the late stage of the Yu clan sage realm. As soon as his figure appeared, his terrifying aura of the peak of the late stage of the sage realm erupted like a volcano. It immediately shook the entire canyon, and layers of the void trembled. Boom! Almost at the same time, Du Xiaofu moved. He shook his arm as fast as lightning, and a ray of light suddenly shot up from his hand. He punched at the old man's claw, causing the void to rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. This was just a casual attack. Du Xiaofu had used the disguised divine technique. It wasn't easy for him to use the techniques on his body, but at this moment, he didn't hold back. Bang bang bang, this kind of collision caused the void to explode as if it was about to collapse. The ground of the square below shook as terrifying runic ripples of energy swept across the void like a tsunami. It seemed as if everything was about to be destroyed. The turbulent energy caused the space to ripple and create stormy waves. This side of the world seemed to be endlessly rumbling with thunder. Although he didn't use any martial skills or techniques, Du Xiaofu's physical strength was his strongest. At this moment, he didn't hold back. He went all out to deal with the old man of the Yu clan. Du Xiaofu didn't hold back at all. The old man of the Yu clan was far inferior to the 9-demon emperor. His body was shaken back in the void, and the space behind him was shattered. However, he was only forced back one step. He was still unharmed, but his complexion had become very unsightly. Du Xiaofu was also secretly surprised. This old man of the Yu clan indeed had some techniques. He wasn't any weaker than the blood-malevolent ancestor. Looking at this scene, all the experts in the square were stunned. They were deeply shocked. That middle-aged man had unexpectedly resisted. Moreover, he seemed to be unharmed. How could they not be shocked? The old man of the Yu clan looked at Du Xiaofu. His gloomy old face couldn't remain calm. He hadn't held back at all. It was a killing move. He hadn't expected that the mysterious middle-aged man would be able to resist it. How could he not be shocked? The old man of the Yu clan was very clear about how much strength he had used just now. Although he hadn't used his trump card or big move, he had definitely used his full strength secretly. However, the opposite party was unharmed. This was enough to prove that the opposite party was also a late-stage sage expert. Boy, I have to say that you do have some skills. As the voice of the old man of the Yu clan spread, the radiance around his body was released. It was as dazzling as the stars. The aura of the peak of the late-stage sage realm was released to the extreme. Bang! Bang! A mighty aura erupted. The figure of the old man of the Yu clan seemed to become blurred in the halo. The oppressive aura shook the whole square. Continue. Bang! The old man of the Yu clan attacked again. He erupted with all his strength. Runes interweaved, and his speed reached the extreme. His figure was like a blurred afterimage. He raised his hand, and it seemed to have turned into a seal. A flood dragon soared in the seal, and a dragon's roar faintly spread. Roar, a dragon's roar rumbled in the void as the old man of the Yu clan attacked. The mysterious runes of the talismans interweaved, and the energy was like stormy waves beating the shore. It violently impacted the void, and shattered it. At this moment, the old man of the Yu clan knew that even if he couldn't kill this guy, he had to know his origin. When the time came, the imperial ancestor would remember this debt. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's hand trembled slightly. At the same time, 7 red flowing lights rushed out from the light around him like lightning, and like ghosts, they turned into 7 figures. These 7 figures were completely red. Mysterious runes of the talismans lingered around their bodies, and they had a metallic texture. Their figures were rough, but they were no different from real people. It's a puppet. Someone exclaimed. Someone cried out in alarm. These 7 figures were 7 puppets. Chi chi. Chi. Following the appearance of these 7 puppets, a monstrous and fierce aura was released from their bodies in an instant. This aura contained a murderous aura. Waves of murderous aura that blotted the sky also spread out from the bodies of the 7 puppets at this moment, transforming into an invisible aura that violently shot towards the sky. The 7 puppets also leapt away in unison, their speed as quick as lightning. The 7 figures formed a circle in an incomparably mysterious manner, causing the blazing aura around their bodies to soar. Mysterious light from the talisman symbols on their bodies shot out, the scarlet light seeming to have solidified into a flame. Rumble, suddenly, the mysterious and complex talisman runes on the 7 puppets soared into the sky. Then, in an arc, the talisman runes on the 7 puppets connected with each other, and like a spider web in the air, they enveloped the entire space. The mysterious runes of the talisman runes shone brightly, and the entire space seemed to be enveloped by a blazing sea of fire. Walala! Walala! The blazing mysterious runes of the talisman runes connected with each other, enveloping the surrounding space. The aura of the 7 puppets suddenly soared, and the might of their bodies was incomparably close to the late stage of the sage realm. It's a puppet joint attack formation. Chi! An old man's eyes twitched, and he saw through the clues. Chi la, at the same time, the talisman patterns on the surface of the 7 puppets that were vaguely connected to each other fluctuated, triggering a vast amount of blazing, terrifying energy. Space rumbled as the puppets attacked together, triggering the blazing talisman patterns in the sky and striking the Yu family's leader with lightning speed. Bang bang! Bang! Under such a collision and the astonishing energy, the entire space shook, and the space collapsed inch by inch, and a terrifying gale swept out. In the sky, the 7 puppets and the leading old man of the Yu family staggered back at the same time. Puppets! The old man of the Yu family retreated in shock, and he smacked his lips. That terrifying aura made him absolutely afraid. This mysterious middle-aged man actually had such terrifying puppets on him. Everyone present was shocked. Those 7 terrifying puppets caused everyone's eyes to be filled with fear and astonishment. Purple Lotus Fairy was also shocked. She didn't expect Du Xiaofu to have such a trump card on him. Don't provoke me again. Go. Du Xiaofu said to the leading old man of the Yu family. If you wanted to kill the old man of the Yu family, even the 7 saint puppets wouldn't be able to do it, and he would definitely be exposed. It didn't matter at first, but now he was afraid that the Yu family's imperial ancestor would recklessly attack the desolate country. Let's go. Go. Du Xiaofu said to Purple Lotus Fairy, and left with the 7 saint puppets behind him. He could go find the grass of immortality himself. Yes. Go. Violet Lotus Fairy nodded slightly and did not linger. The 2 figures immediately left under the watchful eyes of the crowd. No one dared to say anything, and no one dared to let out a fart. With such strength, who would dare to court death? The old man of the Yu family's face twitched, and he looked extremely gloomy. No matter who you are, my Yu family will not let you off. Only after Du Xiaofu and Purple Lotus Fairy were far away did the leading old man of the Yu family look in the direction of Du Xiaofu's departure and shout angrily. Sun Qin and Jiang Yiting looked in the direction of the mysterious middle-aged man's departure, and their beautiful eyes flickered. They didn't know why, but they felt a sense of déjà vu towards this person. Whoosh whoosh, some of the loose cultivators and experts of small factions saw that Du Xiaofu and Purple Lotus Fairy had gone to find the grass of immortality, and decided not to follow the Yu family. They could go find it themselves. Everyone, let's go. They should all be looking for the grass of immortality. We can't fall behind. If we work together, our chances of success will be greater. Looking at the experts leaving, the leading old man of the Yu family had an unsightly expression. However, the grass of immortality was too important, and they definitely couldn't miss it. He would rope in as many people as he could. A moment later, in the depths of the valley, Purple Lotus Fairy looked around, then looked at Du Xiaofu and said softly, "Sect Master Lu, are we going to look for the grass of immortality now? Strange. I can't feel it. Strange." Du Xiaofu was very surprised. Logically speaking, he had the Scarlet Horse Monkey bloodline soul, and he himself cultivated the grass of immortality. If there was grass of immortality nearby, he should be able to feel it. However, the strange thing was that he couldn't feel anything. Maybe we don't need to look for it. The grass of immortality will find us. Strange. Purple Lotus Fairy bit her red lips, and said softly, "If the people of the Yu family didn't deliberately say anything wrong, then the grass of immortality already has intelligence. Naturally, it won't wait for us to find it. Once we reach its territory, it will naturally come to find us. Strange." Chapter 2438. I hope it's not too strong. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome. Haha. Du Xiaofu asked curiously with a faint smile. Purple Lotus Fairy said softly, her beautiful eyes looking at Du Xiaofu. She paused for a moment, then said softly, "As far as I know, any demon spirit that has gained intelligence not only has terrifying strength, but also becomes harder to deal with. The grass of immortality is even more terrifying. Haha. It's good to see it first." Du Xiaofu smiled. A treasure like the grass of immortality had piqued Du Xiaofu's interest. It was also closely related to him. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh. The two figures flashed out and disappeared on the spot. A moment later, a huge mountain covered in red mist appeared in front of them. From afar, it looked like it was covered in a layer of red flames. At this moment, outside the mountain range, in a vast mountain space, rays of red light fell from the top of the mountain, pouring down like a waterfall. Walala. Whoosh. In an instant, the crimson light seemed to be attracted by something and disappeared without a trace. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh. Du Xiaofu and Violet Lotus Fairy broke through the air and appeared at the foot of the mountain. They stared at the red mist peak in front of them and frowned. The aura here is a bit strange. Could the grass of immortality be here? Purple Lotus Fairy said softly. After all, she was also a demon spirit and could feel something strange. Be careful. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes slightly and looked at the mist lingering on the surface of the mountain in front of them. The aura here was clearly different, with a blazing aura. The two of them were nervous and entered in a flash. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh. Just as Du Xiaofu and Purple Lotus Fairy entered the red mist mountain range, the sound of wind breaking could be heard. It was the experts of the three cultivators and small forces behind them. Then, many figures came from behind and landed in front of the mountain range. They were the experts of the Yu family, Ji family, Sun family, Jiang family, and other human forces. Everyone, it's here. The ancient undying grass is in this mountain range. Everyone, be careful and spread out to search. Once you find any traces of it, the people around you should quickly go and help. The Yu clan's leader said. Everyone nodded their heads. Immediately after, all of them became extremely alert. While carrying a trace of nervousness and anticipation, they stepped into the Scarlet Fog mountain range. Within the shroud of the crimson fog, numerous figures disappeared and shuttled through it. Each of them had set up their defensive measures. The light waves were like the radiant sun. Then those two just went in as well. A Saint Realm cultivator from the Yu clan, who had been forced back by the Violet Lotus Fairy, watched as Du Xiaofu and the Violet Lotus Fairy entered the mountain range. He transmitted his voice to the leader of the Yu clan. So what if I go in? The grass of immortality is not that easy to obtain. Ordinary people simply don't know how to obtain the grass of immortality. Going in is just suicide. The leading old man of the Yu clan whispered in a low voice. Then how do I get the grass of immortality? The former asked curiously. First, we have to find the nest of the grass of immortality. Only by finding its nest can we obtain the grass of immortality. Otherwise, we'll just be throwing our lives away. I'm afraid that the entire mountain range is within the range of the grass of immortality. With so many people barging in, the grass of immortality will definitely be distracted. Only then will we have a chance. The leading old man of the Yu clan transmitted his voice. His eyes revealed a cold smile. It didn't matter if other people died or not. He had to obtain a treasure like the grass of immortality. When Du Xiaofu and the Violet Lotus Fairy entered the Scarlet Fog Mountain range, they immediately felt a blazing aura spreading out. What a hot temperature! Hot! Feeling this temperature, Du Xiaofu's expression instantly became serious. This temperature seemed to be able to burn the primordial spirit, but it didn't have much effect on him at the moment. What made Du Xiaofu even more surprised was that he really did feel the aura of the grass of immortality. It was similar to the aura of the grass of immortality in his body. Du Xiaofu didn't have much effect, but the Violet Lotus Fairy was greatly affected. However, it wasn't a big deal. Her beautiful eyes narrowed, and she whispered, "This grass of immortality should be very strong." Yes. The Violet Lotus Fairy clearly felt a terrifying pressure of high temperature that made her heart palpitate. This pressure was acting on her spirit. Be careful. Du Xiaofu whispered, his eyes vigilantly looking around. Not good. The Violet Lotus Fairy suddenly cried out in surprise, her expression extremely shocked. What's wrong? Du Xiaofu asked, puzzled. He probed with his mind and became even more vigilant. Just as his mind probed, Du Xiaofu's expression changed greatly. His mind was greatly affected in this space. It seemed that the high temperature of this mountain range had an absolute effect on his spirit. Just as his mind probed, it felt like it was about to catch fire. Our spirits are affected. Violet Lotus Fairy. The Violet Lotus Fairy exclaimed, if I'm not mistaken, then we should be under the influence of the grass of immortality. The grass of immortality itself has a great restraining effect on soul power. We are now in the area of the grass of immortality, and have been affected by it. Violet Lotus Fairy. It doesn't seem to affect me much. This effect is negligible. Du Xiaofu sensed the situation in his mind. Although it was his spirit that was affected, in his mind, his spirit was not affected at all. His spirit thunder was not to be trifled with, not to mention that he had comprehended the mysteries of the grass of immortality. Who? Violet Lotus Fairy. Looking at the sky in front of him, there were red clouds in the air, but the ground was clear. Du Xiaofu's figure landed on the ground, indicating that it would be safer for Violet Lotus Fairy to go to the ground. The Violet Lotus Fairy landed and smiled. The grass of immortality is very powerful. Be careful, it may suddenly attack us. Alright. Since it's here, we have to meet it. We don't have any evil intentions, I hope we can be blessed. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. Although the grass of immortality was a great treasure, they did not have any evil intentions at this moment. After comprehending the mysteries of the grass of immortality, they hoped to obtain an opportunity to comprehend it. Du Xiaofu did not dare to be careless. However, he wanted to see just how strong this grass of immortality that had gained sentience was. The stronger it was, the more benefits he would be able to obtain if he was lucky enough to obtain the peak of the primordial immortal grass. The Violet Lotus Fairy smiled. The two immediately flew close to the ground and began to search ahead. The two did not dare to go too fast. On one hand, they had to carefully search for the grass of immortality. On the other hand, they were afraid that the grass of immortality would suddenly attack them. But along the way, they did not encounter any danger. The sky above the surrounding mountains was covered by clouds. Even with the vision of Du Xiaofu and the Violet Lotus Fairy, they could not see very far. Under the terrifying pressure of the blazing divine soul that existed in this mountain range, the probing of their minds was greatly affected. In this side of the mountain, there were towering trees everywhere. On a big tree, a faint red flowing light was hidden. It was slowly crawling, like a wriggling spirit snake. Then it disappeared into thin air, leaving behind a blazing aura. The big tree silently withered. Hey! Du Xiaofu suddenly stopped and looked behind him with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? The Violet Lotus Fairy asked softly. Her beautiful eyes looked back, but the space behind them was quiet. There was no trace. It seems like something has been following us. Du Xiaofu was puzzled, his mind probing, but he didn't discover anything. Du Xiaofu looked around carefully, but there were only towering trees and bushes. There was also a faint red cloud. He did not find anything. But Du Xiaofu felt that he should not have been wrong. This was very strange. I did not find anything. The Violet Lotus Fairy said softly. Be very careful. Du Xiaofu clenched his teeth. The two continued to move forward, but they had to be more careful. As the two moved forward, the faint red talisman light that was hidden on the big tree appeared again. It then strangely climbed down the big tree to the ground and quietly followed behind Du Xiaofu and the Violet Lotus Fairy. Wherever it passed, there was a silent flash of flame, and the ground dried up and cracked. With the cultivation strength of Du Xiaofu and the Violet Lotus Fairy, at this moment, they did not know whether it was because they were too hidden or because the space suppressed the power of the mind, but at this moment, they did not find the red flowing light with a faint strange fluctuation of talisman light following them. The deeper we go, the greater the effect. A moment later, the Violet Lotus Fairy's beautiful figure stopped in front of a hillside. The further they went, the greater the effect on their mind, as if their mind and soul were about to catch fire. Maybe we are close to the grass of immortality. Du Xiaofu said softly, feeling a sense of familiarity more and more. I feel some bad premonition. It seems to be too quiet along the way. The Violet Lotus Fairy said softly. Careful. Careful. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu shouted, and in an instant, his figure rushed to the side of the Violet Lotus Fairy, pushing her body away like lightning. All of a sudden, from behind the ground, a crimson flowing light with a faint mysterious fluctuation of talisman runes shot towards Violet Lotus Fairy like an electric arc, Qi La. Qi. The red flowing light with the strange fluctuation of talisman light was like a bolt of lightning, directly striking the space where the Violet Lotus Fairy had just stepped. The Violet Lotus Fairy's figure was instantly pulled away by Du Xiaofu, and the red flowing light hit a towering tree in front of them. The towering tree was instantly penetrated by the flowing light, revealing a fist-sized hole. The whole tree cracked, and then the tree spontaneously combusted, turning into ashes. Qi! Qi! In a short moment, the red flowing light disappeared with a strange fluctuation. Du Xiaofu's gaze hurriedly scanned the area, only to see a long and slender scarlet leaf. Faint mysterious runic inscriptions fluctuated in a strange manner, resembling a flame. It flickered and disappeared in an instant. It should be the grass of immortality. Qi La. The Violet Lotus Fairy was shocked. She did not expect the grass of immortality to be able to approach her so silently. She was almost in big trouble just now. Although she knew that the grass of immortality was strange, she did not expect it to be strange to this extent. What a strange grass of immortality. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes. From what he saw just now, it seemed that it really was the grass of immortality. This grass of immortality was really strange. Then, he smiled and said, but it seems that we are on the right path. At least this is within the range of the grass of immortality. Qi La. In a mountain range, several figures were looking around vigilantly. But they did not notice that at this time, on the towering trees behind them, there were many red flowing lights, flickering with the light of talisman light, following them all the way. Several people paused for a moment, and then instantly leaped away. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, from the surrounding towering trees, several crimson flowing lights, carrying faint mysterious fluctuations of mysterious talisman patterns, violently swept down like lightning. Silently, several scarlet flowing lights and faint mysterious runes fluctuated strangely like scarlet flames. They directly pierced through the space and pierced through the chests and abdomens of several people who were carefully guarding the area. Swoosh! Chi! At this moment, these people found that their bodies had been pierced. Their pupils dilated, and finally revealed a look of horror, and their bodies directly burned into ashes. Swoosh! Swoosh! Several red flowing lights and faint strange fluctuations of talisman light converged, revealing several slender leaves, and disappeared into the ground in an instant. In a continuous mountain range, a small beautiful figure appeared, surrounded by red fog, and a huge pressure spread out. What a comfortable aura! Xian Yang, where is this place? The small and beautiful figure was none other than Du Xiaohuang. This place is not simple, be careful. Beside Du Xiaohuang, at this moment, there was a graceful figure with purple flames in her eyes, and an enchanting body. This place should be somewhat extraordinary. Maybe there will be some gains. Let's go take a look. Du Xiaohuang's beautiful eyes flashed, and she did not hesitate to enter the mountain range. Be careful, little Huang. Zixuan said, and the beautiful figure followed. In a forest in the mountain range, Du Xiaofu and Purple Lotus Fairy appeared, and not far behind them, there were many people cautiously approaching. It's the Sun family. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that after walking for so long, he would meet the people of the Sun family. He clearly came in earlier than the people of the Sun family. Could it be that the people of the Sun family took a shortcut? At this moment, the eyes of the Sun family's people also fell on Du Xiaofu. The Sun family naturally wouldn't forget this mysterious Nian Nian. You too, I didn't expect to meet you here again. Why don't we go together? It's less dangerous. Du Xiaofu was planning to take a detour. Since he had already used the disguise technique, he did not want to expose his identity so quickly. However, Sun Wu looked at Du Xiaofu and Purple Lotus Fairy very warmly, intending to befriend them. You'd better be careful. Du Xiaofu was about to reply, but suddenly, a red flame appeared in the corner of his eyes. In an instant, it shot out from a big tree, and the target was the Sun family. Retreat! Boom! A light shout came out in an instant, and the light in Sun Wu's hand burst out. His palm print tore the space, and a chi aura circle was immediately set up around his body, enveloping him. Whoosh! Whoosh! In a split second, the crimson flame twisted in mid-air and dodged Sun Wu's palm like a living creature. Whoosh! Whoosh! Under the red flame, there seemed to be a breath that specialized in burning the divine soul. Sun Wu was stunned, and the red flame had already fallen on the chi aura around his body. Crack! Crack! The chi aura could not resist the red flame, and cracks instantly appeared on it. The red flame instantly broke through Sun Wu's defense, and directly rushed toward him. Sizzle! Sizzle! At this moment, in front of Sun Wu, a stream of light flashed in an instant, and suddenly shattered the red flame. The red flame was cut off, and in an instant, it turned around and drilled into the ground, disappearing. Whoosh! Sizzle! Some of the shattered red flame strangely continued to enter Sun Wu's body. The chi aura around Sun Wu's body dissipated, and his body was stunned for a few seconds. Then, he staggered back a few steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and then his face turned pale. Are you okay? Sizzle! Du Xiaofu said, his eyes vigilant. This was too strange. Thank you, but it's not a big deal. This grass of immortality is really powerful. It directly attacks the divine soul, and can drill into the Mudpill Palace. Sizzle. Sun Wu said solemnly. Just now, he was the clearest that when the blazing breath entered his body, it immediately turned into the most terrifying divine soul attack, as if it wanted to burn the Mudpill Palace. He was almost in big trouble. It's not worth mentioning. Du Xiaofu said lightly. Sir, this grass of immortality is extremely dangerous. How about we all work together? If we get the grass of immortality, you can have the lion's share. Sun Wu looked at the middle-aged man and the beautiful woman in front of him. These two were very strong, and he wanted to continue roping them in. These two were very strong, and if they really encountered the grass of immortality, the Sun family's people here wouldn't be able to deal with it. Sorry, we're used to working alone. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly, and with a glance, he and Violet Lotus Fairy left. These two are very strong. Among the rogue cultivators, there doesn't seem to be such a person. Which faction are you looking for? Sun Wu looked at Du Xiaofu and Violet Lotus Fairy's backs with a puzzled gaze. Deja vu, could it be that I'm thinking too much? Sun Qin looked at Du Xiaofu's back, and faintly felt a sense of familiarity. Du Xiaofu and Violet Lotus Fairy left, and once again searched for the grass of immortality. But this grass of immortality seemed to be everywhere, and they simply couldn't find any trace of it. This grass of immortality really does have intelligence. It's like it's playing hide and seek with us. We can't go on like this. Du Xiaofu pondered, and asked Violet Lotus Fairy with a sidelong glance. There's no way around it. The grass of immortality is a strange thing. What we encountered along the way were only leaves of the grass of immortality, and not the main body of the grass of immortality. Only when we find the main body of the grass of immortality can we see waves of grass of immortality. Violet Lotus Fairy said. The grass of immortality is really huge. We've walked for so long, and there are actually leaves of the grass of immortality all along the way. Du Xiaofu was shocked. Just how huge was the grass of immortality? This was a bit too terrifying. I don't know, but I'm worried about one thing. Violet Lotus Fairy said lightly, her beautiful eyes a bit serious. What are you worried about? Du Xiaofu asked. If this grass of immortality is really an ancient object, who knows how many years it has existed? Its strength must have reached an extremely terrifying level. I'm thinking, if we can't deal with this grass of immortality, then we can only wait for it to deal with us. Violet Lotus Fairy was a bit worried. We can't back out now. Anyway, I don't see any malicious intent. I hope we can be favored. Du Xiaofu said lightly, but he didn't back out. The stronger the grass of immortality is, the more interested Du Xiaofu will be. If he can ask for a chance, then this trip will not be in vain. Hope. Violet Lotus Fairy smiled at Du Xiaofu and nodded. Ah. Ah. Following Violet Lotus Fairy's words, a miserable scream came from not far away. There's a situation. Du Xiaofu and Violet Lotus Fairy looked at each other, and the two figures suddenly disappeared. Whoosh! Whoosh! After a few flashes, the two figures appeared on top of a mountain. A blazing aura fluctuated, and many bodies were naturally turning into ashes. Du Xiaofu's eyes focused. From the scene, it seemed that these people were killed like lightning, and most of them were killed before they could react. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was investigating the scene, and his eyes suddenly sank. Whoosh! Whoosh! A red flame, like lightning, violently swept over, and with incredible speed, instantly swept over Du Xiaofu's body, directly piercing Du Xiaofu into pieces. Break! Whoosh! With a light shout, Du Xiaofu's figure strangely appeared on the side of the sky. What he just destroyed was only an afterimage. At this time, Du Xiaofu was already prepared. He formed a hand seal, and a golden claw broke through the air, directly grabbing the red flame. Whoosh! Whoosh! The golden claw tore through the 5 spatial cracks and landed on the scarlet flame in an instant. Upon slight contact, a scorching hot 12 instantly poured out, causing Du Xiaofu's arm to tremble. At the same time, a wave of energy that directly suppressed his spirit strength poured out in torrents. It directly suppressed his spirit, burrowed into his Naiwan palace, and attempted to burn his spirit. Such a blazing aura poured into the Naiwan palace in his mind in an instant, but was immediately blocked by the spiritual thunder in Du Xiaofu's mind. Whoosh! Whoosh! Taking advantage of this moment, the crimson flame instantly spun rapidly from within Du Xiaofu's claw print. Where do you think you're going? Whoosh! Du Xiaofu also recovered in an instant. The impact on the spiritual strength in his mind was only because he was caught off guard. At this moment, the claw was detained above the red flame. Although the red flame was powerful, making people weak and could burn everything, for Du Xiaofu, his body had already been refined by the purple gold profound bomb. At this time, although the high temperature was fierce, it could not have an absolute impact on him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Du Xiaofu's claw was firmly held back by the crimson flames. Only now was he able to clearly see that this crimson flame was actually a palm-sized crimson leaf. It was crystal clear and covered in dense flame runes. This red leaf was crystal clear, with strange flame runes. The whole leaf was crystal clear, as if it was burning, and the surrounding space rippled directly. Crack! Whoosh! Du Xiaofu's claw pulled hard, and the crystal clear red leaf was directly detained. Only then did he realize that the red leaf came from underground. Whoosh! Whoosh! The red leaf was crystal clear. In the fluctuation of the flame runes, it directly broke by itself, and suddenly drilled into the ground. The remaining half turned into a red flame energy, and in an instant, drilled into Du Xiaofu's palm, and directly rushed into Du Xiaofu's mind space. Under the terrible heat, it directly burned the primordial spirit in the Naiwan palace. Of course, with the spiritual thunder, Du Xiaofu directly blocked it, but he was also somewhat affected. If this was an ordinary peak of the late Saint realm, it would definitely be greatly affected, and the consequences would be extremely serious. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's figure rushed to the ground where the grass of immortality was swirling, but in a flash, the ground had completely recovered. It's gone again. Du Xiaofu gloomily stamped his feet. The main body of the grass of immortality was still unknown. Are you okay? Purple Lotus Fairy came to Du Xiaofu's side. I'm fine. Du Xiaofu sighed softly. His eyes flashed, and he said, let's go meet the grass of immortality. Yes. Have you found the grass of immortality? Purple Lotus Fairy asked in surprise. Not yet, but it should be soon. Yes. Du Xiaofu smiled slightly, and then his eyes narrowed again, and he said, I just put a mark on the grass of immortality, but it seems that the grass of immortality has the ability to devour spiritual imprints, and the spiritual imprints are weakening. We have to hurry. Yes. As soon as his voice fell, he released his mind to probe. Du Xiaofu's figure immediately chased forward, and Purple Lotus Fairy followed closely behind. Du Xiaofu had just placed a mark and added the spiritual thunder, hoping to find the main body of the grass of immortality. If it was an ordinary spiritual imprint, it would have been directly burned to ashes. Du Xiaohuang and Zi Xian walked all the way in the Red Mist Mountains, leaping all the way. Be careful. The two beautiful figures, one big and one small, stopped, and saw the traces of fighting in the surroundings, and there were blazing auras fluctuating. Behind the two beautiful figures, on the towering tree, the mysterious crimson runes shone with energy, and finally turned into crimson leaves, sparkling and translucent, covered in dense flame runes, and slowly spread toward Du Xiaohuang and Zi Xian. Du Xiaohuang seemed to feel something, and suddenly looked up, and the crimson leaves behind her disappeared into thin air along with the flame runes. There was nothing behind her, and Du Xiaohuang's beautiful eyes were puzzled. There seemed to be nothing behind her. Chi! Chi! Just as Du Xiaohuang turned around, the crimson leaves with flame runes had already appeared above her head, and slowly fell down. Du Xiaohuang didn't notice it at all, and she didn't feel the slightest fluctuation of energy in the surroundings. Whoosh! Chi! At this moment, when the distance was extremely close, the crimson leaves suddenly shot toward Du Xiaohuang, leaving a crimson fire shadow in the air, and with a momentum that broke through the air, it instantly swept toward Du Xiaohuang's head. Humph, what the hell, I knew you were following me. In the blink of an eye, Du Xiaohuang seemed to have been prepared. Her figure flashed, and suddenly, a five-colored flame burst out and collided with the scarlet flame. Du Xiaohuang's speed was fast, but the green-crimson leaves seemed to be faster. The crimson flames twisted strangely, easily dodging Du Xiaohuang's five-colored flame, and swept toward Du Xiaohuang again, with a sharp sonic boom resounding through the space. Chapter 2439. Qi la la. Qi. Zixuan stretched out her slender hand, the 5 fingers of her right hand turning into a claw, bringing with them a sky full of purple flames. A purple flame burst out from her hand, and an astonishing pressure spread out. Finally, it's here, suddenly, a voice seemed to reverberate above the void. Torrential flames descended, densely covering the sky in an instant, wrapping around Du Xiaohuang and Zixuan's bodies. Hula la la, it came quickly, but it also left quickly. The torrential flames disappeared, and Du Xiaohuang and Zixuan's figures also disappeared. It was just that the originally verdant greenery around them had turned into ashes and scorched earth in an instant. Du Xiaofu and Purple Lotus Fairy advanced, paying special attention to whether or not the scarlet flames were around them. They also carefully spied on the ground. After several hours of this, Du Xiaofu stopped, standing in front of a deep valley. Around the deep valley, mountain peaks towered into the clouds, like dragons soaring into the sky. The surroundings were incomparably lush, blocking in front of the two. This scorching hot aura is getting stronger and stronger. Qi. Purple Lotus Fairy moved gracefully, her mind spying. The scorching pressure in the vicinity was getting stronger and stronger, to the point that it was crushing her spirit. The invisible aura also made one's heart palpitate more and more. Ha! Du Xiaofu's brows twitched slightly. The spirit imprint that he could still feel just a moment ago was now completely gone. He reckoned that the grass of immortality had already swallowed up his spirit imprint, and the strand of spiritual lightning he had set up could not last for too long. Someone's coming. Purple Lotus Fairy sensed her surroundings, and her expression suddenly changed. Before she could finish her sentence, there were already a dozen figures descending from the sky behind her. The figures left behind one after another, each with a strong aura. It was the Yu clan's leader, the old man, and the others. Following that, quite a number of rogue cultivators arrived. Some of them were quite strong, and some of them even had injuries on their bodies. The Sun clan, the Jiang clan, the Ji clan, and some other clans were among them. As the crowd arrived, their gazes fell on Du Xiaofu and Violet Lotus Fairy. Of course, no one dared to provoke the middle-aged man and the beautiful woman. They would rather avoid them. You sure came quickly. Du Xiaofu was baffled. He had only managed to reach this place after laying down the imprint. He hadn't expected that the Yu clan and the others would arrive so quickly. Du Xiaofu did not pay attention to the people behind him. He nodded to Violet Lotus Fairy and directly jumped into the deep valley. Seeing Du Xiaofu and Violet Lotus Fairy enter, the Yu clan and the others' expressions changed, and they immediately followed after them. At the bottom of the deep valley was a huge canyon. As Du Xiaofu entered, the area of the canyon was not large at first, but after several hundred feet, a space appeared in the canyon as if it was a work of nature. The atmosphere of the space was simple, and a majestic blazing energy spread out. It was as if the rich energy in the giant mountain range was pouring out from this space. Under such a majestic energy, the people who entered the cave hesitated for a moment. Seeing Du Xiaofu and Violet Lotus Fairy continue to enter, they did not delay. Du Xiaofu transmitted his voice to Violet Lotus Fairy, telling her to be more careful. They went deeper into the space and looked around. There was a faint red aura, and the temperature was terrifying, affecting the spirit. The interior of the space was extremely smooth. On the surrounding rock walls, there were traces of red flames flowing, illuminating the cave with flickering flames. The blazing aura here is even stronger. Violet Lotus Fairy's beautiful eyes flashed. She could feel that the surrounding blazing energy had reached a terrifying level. Du Xiaofu was also surprised. The invisible energy of heaven and earth in this space was much denser than that of the outside world. In fact, the deeper one went, the denser the energy became. There was also a red flame on the rock wall, which made Du Xiaofu feel extremely mystical. It was enough to burn the spirit and severely affect those below the saint realm. Hula! Hula! Just as all the living beings were exclaiming in amazement, the energy in the entire space suddenly went berserk. The crimson flames in the surroundings also went up in flames. In an instant, the walls of the cave were covered in flames. Under the terrifyingly high temperature, the dense red flames swept towards everyone in the space. Oh no, it's too scary. Hula! It's the aura of the grass of immortality. Retreat! Retreat! The space suddenly panicked. Figures instantly arranged defensive means. Chi aura rings and armor shone brightly. One after another, doctrine artifacts and saint artifacts were taken out and instantly exploded in this space. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, an astonishing energy explosion erupted within the cave. Ah! Ah! Under the deafening sound of the explosion, there were screams. The terrible flames burned the spirit. Under the suppression of the spirit, many experts were directly burned into nothingness. Their defense was not much use at all. The space around Du Xiaofu was distorted, but he was not affected by the monstrous flames. Violet Lotus Fairy was also holding on. Ah! Roar! The dense flames swept out. These were not ordinary flames at all. Screams rang out, and many people died in an instant. Sun Tian, the leader of the Yu clan, and the others tried their best to protect their clan's disciples, but they were only barely able to protect them. Even then, they were barely able to protect themselves. Run, run! Run! In an instant, some people had already retreated. The heat was too terrifying. Oh no, the escape route has been sealed. Run! We can't get out. The entrance has been sealed. Run! Everyone looked back and saw that the entrance they just came from was now surrounded by dense flames. There was no way out. Get out, or we'll be trapped to death. Run! The expression of the Yu family's elder changed greatly. Seeing the people in the cave burn into nothingness, he quickly moved to open a path. Hula! Run! The terrifying flames in the space swept down, burning the space until it collapsed. It was getting more and more intense. Get out! Run! Everyone burst out with all their strength. This was already fleeing for their lives. One figure after another rushed forward. In the monstrous flames, many people were directly burned, but there were also people who escaped. Du Xiaofu secretly helped the Jiang family and Sun family's people, and followed behind, wanting to rush into the depths. After a while, the flames in front of them seemed to have weakened a lot. Everyone saw hope and quickly flew away. The monstrous crimson flames completely disappeared, and an even larger space appeared. In the depths of this space, everyone was stunned when they saw this. At this moment, in the void in front of them, a huge purple phoenix's shadow was entrenched in the void. It was incomparably gorgeous, and the flames were blazing. It was full of purple flame runes, and its astonishing power could burn all things to ashes. The purple phoenix's true body was entrenched in the void, and the blazing flames shone in all directions. In this mysterious space, even the air was suffused with a blazing aura, and the blazing flames spread out from the void. Zi Xian! Zi Xian! Du Xiaofu was stunned. He could recognize at a glance that it was Zi Xian's true body. He did not know how Zi Xian appeared here. Grass of immortality, that's the grass of immortality. Someone exclaimed. In the void in front of them, there were talisman runes erupting, and countless leaves were fluctuating. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes and looked carefully. He was also stunned. We're on the grass of immortality. Yes. Finally, Du Xiaofu's hair stood on end. He looked carefully. What kind of space was this? It was clearly a huge grass of immortality of unknown size. The surrounding grass was like a mushroom, and even Zi Xian's true body only occupied a part of the leaves. This space was on top of the grass of immortality. Du Xiaohuang. Yes. As Du Xiaofu looked carefully, he was shocked again. Du Xiaohuang's figure was actually sitting cross-legged in the center of the grass of immortality, and her eyes were slightly closed. What's going on? Du Xiaofu was completely stunned. Walala, suddenly, the entire space seemed to be alive. A terrifying pressure descended, causing everyone's eyes to tremble, and their souls to tremble in fear. Walala, in the space, flames appeared from the void. It was a kind of crimson flame. It was too terrifying, and it could instantly burn an expert into ashes. Instantly, the temperature in the space surged. At this moment, in this blazing space, the raging flames were like a sea of fire covering the void. In the entire space, the high-temperature space revealed pitch-black space cracks. The blazing flames were like divine fire, whistling and turning into a sea of fire. There was a faint sound of lightning and thunder, causing people's hearts to tremble, their skin to burn, and their souls to be on fire. Instantly, the entire void began to tremble. From the grass of immortality, a terrifying pressure filled the air, making people feel small and shocked. This is the ancient grass of immortality, but it also has the aura of the Phoenix clan. It's the blood essence of the true Phoenix. Ah! Suddenly, Purple Lotus Fairy exclaimed, as if she had seen something. Blood essence of the true Phoenix. Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. Was there really blood essence of the true Phoenix? Let's go, Senior Grass of Immortality wants to seal the space, quickly. Hurry! Suddenly, Purple Lotus Fairy's expression changed greatly, and she transmitted her voice to Du Xiaofu's ears. How do you know? Du Xiaofu was surprised. Let's go out first, or it'll be too late. Follow me. Purple Lotus Fairy's expression changed. Her figure directly tore the void in front of her, and she went into the depths of the space. Follow me, there's danger. Go. At the same time, Du Xiaofu left with Violet Lotus Fairy. His message also reached the ears of the Sun Clan and the Jiang Clan. These two clans were friends with him, and he didn't want them to suffer. Go. Go. Sun Ling, Jiang Clan, and other experts were shocked. When they heard the voice transmission, they didn't hesitate and immediately retreated, following behind Du Xiaofu. Walala, in the void, the grass of immortality seemed to have come to life. A billowing flame surged, as if it could burn everything, including all living things. GG, in this monstrous flame, there was a faint cry of a phoenix. The flame roared, and the terrible power and heat burned the surrounding void, turning it into a dark vacuum. A large area of dark vacuum appeared, and the deep dark light made people's hair stand on end. Greedy human. The flame that blotted out the sky was like a flood, and the sea was surging with stormy waves. Under the terrible power that kept burning the void, many creatures were swept into it in an instant. This kind of attack was a kind of destruction, and the terrible heat was enough to burn all living things. This kind of attack was too terrifying. Suddenly, screams came out from all directions. Some early-stage Saint Realm cultivators were swept in and were turned into ashes in an instant. Rumble, the earth shook, and the void roared. The blazing heat was monstrous, and the green mountains withered and died in an instant, turning into ashes. Du Xiaofu, Purple Lotus Fairy, Sun Ling, Sun Qin, Jiang Yiting, and many other figures flew out and stood in the void in shock. The vast mountains below were sinking and turned into a land of death. The blazing heat swept through, and it made people's souls tremble. Fortunately, we escaped quickly. Yes. Sun Ling's heart was still beating, and his eyes were full of fear. If it was just a little bit more, he would have been buried. Thank you, sir. Yes. The Sun family, Jiang family, and other people who had escaped from death, calmed down and bowed to Du Xiaofu to thank him. If he hadn't informed them, they would have died. No need to thank me. Du Xiaofu waved his hand. At this moment, his mind was full of the figures of Zi Xian and Du Xiaohuang. He asked Purple Lotus Fairy, what happened? Yes. Let's talk as we walk. Yes. Purple Lotus Fairy said. She didn't plan to walk with the Sun family and Jiang family. Later, Du Xiaofu learned from Purple Lotus Fairy that the primordial immortal grass had sent a message to Purple Lotus Fairy. It was indeed the primordial immortal grass, but it didn't cultivate in this dusty land. Instead, it had been struggling to survive. The primordial immortal grass came from the Phoenix clan. It carried the Phoenix blood essence of the Phoenix clan's primordial immemorial expert. It sensed that the Phoenix blood essence had recognized a descendant of the Phoenix clan as its master. In that case, Zi Xian should have obtained the Phoenix blood essence. Du Xiaofu pondered. The primordial immortal grass senior was also like a lamp that had run out of oil. Maybe because Du Xiaohuang was also related to the Phoenix clan, it finally chose Du Xiaohuang and will be reborn in Du Xiaohuang's body. Purple Lotus Fairy said. Will it be dangerous? Du Xiaofu asked. No, the primordial immortal grass senior will be reborn. At that time, it will only bring endless benefits to Du Xiaohuang. This kind of opportunity is even greater than obtaining the Phoenix blood essence. Purple Lotus Fairy's eyes were filled with shock. Du Xiaohuang was already so terrifying. When the time comes, she will be heaven-defying. Then they will be fine now, right? Du Xiaofu was worried about Zi Xian and Du Xiaohuang. Don't worry, they will be fine. They have all obtained great opportunities. Purple Lotus Fairy said. How do you know this? Du Xiaofu was relieved. Looking at Purple Lotus Fairy, he was also very puzzled. How did Purple Lotus Fairy know this? Because I am also a demon spirit. Demon spirits are too rare in this world, so generally speaking, demon spirits are relatively close to each other. The primordial immortal grass senior must be the same. It knows that we have no evil intentions, so it told me this. Purple Lotus Fairy said and told Du Xiaofu some things. So that's how it is. Yes. Du Xiaofu still had not recovered from the shock. Although he did not get any benefits, at least Du Xiaohuang and Zi Xian got it. It was enough to be happy. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.